Chapter 451. Star Spirit Sealing Technique. One of Eli's first gains in the green field was the powerful sealing technique unique to the Protoss family. Since being mastered and learned by Eli, it is also the first time to use it in battle. So far it seems to be working fine. Eli waved his hand lightly, and the giant shadow hand brought the dragon Giovanni to not far from Eli. "I think we need to talk," Eli said with a smile, looking at the dragon. Roar. There was a roaring sound. Although Giovanni's power was sealed, he was still awake. At this moment, he felt the constraints around him. Looking at the human being in front of him, he was flustered and at a loss. He didn't know what happened. Such a thing happened. It shouldn't be. How could it be possible to do such a thing even though it was less than half a step away from the fifth ring? "What do you want to talk about?" Giovanni looked at Eli, but his tone was slightly lowered. "I'm not interested in you, but I just need help for an experiment. If you and your clan can help me complete this experiment, I can let you and your son leave. It's a fair deal," Eli said. Feeling that he couldn't break free, Giovanni turned his only head that could move, thought for a while, and then said softly, "I need to see Ortiz." "Okay." Eli nodded, then shrugged, "But you'd better let your people calm down, you don't want me to kill them either." Giovanni nodded. As he was restrained, a large number of dragons in the sky panicked and were ready to rush to rescue him at any time. "Sayus, let all the dragons wait where they are, and don't allow other things to happen." Giovanni looked down at the ground, and the huge voice spanned the space. "Very good, let's go." In the next second, Eli flew directly towards the green land, and the dragon was forced to follow. The two quickly fell into the valley. Not allowed to do anything else. Hearing the voice of the Dragon King, Sayus was still flying on the spot in a daze at this moment, suppressing his original plan to do something. Look back. At this time, the huge dragons behind him were frightened, and the elements on their bodies were stimulated like stress. Seeing this scene, Sayus had to shout loudly, "All the dragons stay where they are, waiting for the news from your lord." After hearing his words, everyone calmed down a lot, but their expressions were still full of disbelief. How is it possible that Lord Dragon King was defeated so easily? My god, when did there still be such a powerful human being in the northern part of the western regions? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The dragons have their own ideas, but all the dragons can't believe the failure of the Dragon King Giovanni or are confused about Eli. It shouldn't be. My lord has won. Saved, saved. Oh my god, what was that light just now? I thought I saw a god. In the City of Blood, all the warlocks were dumbfounded. Although they firmly believed in the strength of the Lord, they never thought that the Lord was so powerful. The 1,000-meter-long dragon was defeated so easily, which made them feel like they would survive a catastrophe. Saved. And in the city at this time, not only the warlocks of the Bloodline Tower, but also other forces from various parties. The supporters of the Holy Tower watched the dragon being led away by Eli, while the other dragons stayed in place quietly. "Does this need our support?" the person in charge of the support said with a twitching corner of his mouth. "Originally, I came here to support with the determination that I might die, but the battle ended before it even started. They haven't done anything yet. But, everything should be over." Warlock sighed, the Dragon King was taken away to negotiate terms, the war is undoubtedly over, although it hasn't started yet. At the same time, he was completely impressed by Eli. Eli is much stronger than they imagined. It's over. At the same time, the person in charge of the Kraken family not far away also breathed a sigh of relief. Although things took an unexpected turn, their support this time was definitely right. Don't care about whether they are helpful or not, but this intention can be regarded as conveyed. I believe that after the war, the Bloodline Tower will definitely express it. Fortunately, my lord didn't make the same choice as the Dusk Monitor Lizard. It is estimated that the Dusk Monitor Lizard will be kicked out of the cooperation list in the future. He couldn't help but feel lucky, and at the same time feel sympathy for this neighboring force. I hope their patriarch will look better after knowing the news. Land of Greenery. My lord father is here. According to the time, the battle should be over soon. Finally going home. Ortiz stood on the ground, happily poking the ground with his hands, and the soil layer arched forward. In his opinion, there must be no surprises when his lord father arrives. And you, poor Eli, you are about to lose your life, and my honorable Red Dragon King Orsti will be free. Ortiz laughed, which made Niguo not far away La and Dylan, and Hill, who was even further away, looked at him. Feeling these gazes, Ortiz raised his head proudly. Living here for 50 years has also made him a little familiar with these people and creatures. Salsa. Suddenly, there was a salsa sound, and Ortiz suddenly turned his head and looked towards the sky. Something came in. Ortiz was about to shout, but thought Eli didn't seem to like it. I'm about to leave, and it's my father who came in. What are you afraid of? My father. Ortiz slapped himself in disappointment, and then shouted loudly towards the sky. Stop shouting, don't you know it will be noisy? The familiar Eli's voice came, and Ortiz blinked, and suddenly had a bad feeling. In the next second, with Eli's unharmed and slow transmission of the outer witch formation, and seeing the huge dragon behind him that couldn't move like a rice dumpling, the smile on Ortiz's face instantly froze. It's over, this human is really a demon, and my father was also caught. It's impossible, how could this be? It's over, what should I do? Fuck, my father failed, he won't become a test subject, right? No, can I reduce my workload by half? Ortiz gradually became a filial son in his heart, but just looking at his father, there is no doubt that his father was defeated by Eli, and he was caught. He knew that Eli was strong, but he didn't expect to be in such an outrageous state. Of course, he was thinking more about how to speak first, so he said stupidly, Father, you have also been arrested. Giovanni. Suddenly I don't want to see him anymore, why don't we talk about it somewhere else? Giovanni said to Eli in front of him with a dark face. Let's talk about it. Ortiz is very familiar with what happened afterwards. He has been doing it for 50 years. Eli turned his head with a smile, and then said to Ortiz in the distance, I'm sorry let your sweet dreams be shattered. No, I believe my lord can win. Ortiz showed an expression uglier than crying, but these words made his hapless father's face even darker. Now that we're all here, let's talk about my conditions. When we got there, Eli turned to look at the dragon Giovanni. Good. Giovanni nodded resignedly. It's all like this, what else can I do? Chapter 452. Negotiation terms went well. After half an hour of discussion, Giovanni personally agreed to Eli's terms. There are two in total. One is to agree to cooperate with Eli in all subsequent experiments and other experiments that require Eli's cooperation. The second is to agree to Eli's enslavement, and then the Dragon clan becomes Eli's vassal, and the deadline is 1,000 years. At this moment, Giovanni sighed, allowing Eli to brand his soul imprint in his blood. Don't worry, I just need your help in the experiment recently, and I won't come to you for 1,000 years, anyway, it's only 1,000 years, it's nothing to your Dragon clan. Eli branded and comforted Rode. Why? Giovanni just couldn't stop sighing. Millennium is not bad for a giant dragon, but no one wants to be enslaved. But there is no way, either choose to accept the conditions, or die with the outside groups. It would be fine if he was alone, but he also brought a large number of people with him. If they were all here, he would be the sinner of the Dragon clan. On the contrary, 1,000 years is an acceptable time. Father, don't worry. In fact, the experiment is very easy. It just draws blood and cooperates with some weird experiments. Ortiz said at this time. Hearing this voice, nameless flames suddenly ignited in Giovanni's eyes, and then he looked fiercely at this hapless son. Seeing his father's eyes, Giovanni lowered his head, not daring to speak any more. If it weren't for the adults, he felt that he would definitely feel the warmth of his father's love. Well, then take your people and leave, and then take Nicholas, he will build a super large teleportation array with you, and then you will teleport over when you need you. Eli nodded, and then called to Nikolai not far away. Nicholas also came over quickly and agreed to the task given by Eli. Okay, now you can solve the seal for me. Giovanni said. Eli smiled, then waved his hand, and suddenly a little bit of starlight escaped from his body, and at the same time, the shadow surrounding him also suddenly dispersed. Feeling the unshackled bondage, Giovanni bowed his head respectfully to Eli, but his eyes glanced at Ortiz who was not far away, and said, Master Eli, you shouldn't mind. On the occasion of parting, let me have a cordial exchange with my son for a while. Up to you. Eli smiled, turned around and walked towards the wizard tower in the distance, and Ortiz's voice came from behind him. My lord, save me, Dad, I'm being attacked, I'm your son. The shrill scream hovered over the green land, causing all the creatures here to look sideways. Half an hour later, Orsti was paralyzed on the ground, lying flat on the ground, staring at the sky with empty eyes. From the corner of his eye, Nicholas hid secretly between Giovanni's scales, then flew towards the sky, and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. Old man, I have a good relationship with the experimenters, I must let them give you a sense of the maximum measurement. Orsti's thick eyelids blinked, and crystal tears flowed out, shining with a unique color. The other side. The body of the giant dragon Giovanni also flew out of the green land again, and came to the sky above the City of Blood. All the warlocks in the City of Blood opened their mouths wide when they saw the out-of-control dragon. My lord, let this giant dragon go. What happens? The warlocks talked a lot, but Giovanni didn't intend to listen at all. He just looked at the giant dragons who were still standing there, and shouted loudly, all the dragons, follow me and return to the green field. After all, he flapped his wings and flew to the north. The giant dragons were both surprised and happy, and quickly followed. As for the war at this time, it doesn't matter anymore. They just want to leave this terrible place and stay away from that powerful warlock. The mighty giant dragons cut through the sky again, but this time they are not aggressive, but seem to be fleeing. Just when the dragon left, more news of this war began to spread around the Tower of Blood. What is capturing a dragon with one hand? Fighting hundreds of dragons alone. Eli has already advanced to the 5th ring. The dragon came and surrendered directly. All kinds of messy, true, and false news spread quickly, and as the distance spread, it became more and more outrageous. So Eli found Liliana that day, and asked him to change the news that the dragon was a dragon at the peak of the sun, and after a hard fight with him, Eli successfully reached a settlement with the dragon. As for the reason, unknown, finally sold at a high price. As for when Liliana asked why, Eli replied, you are professionals, and everyone actually trusts you, and the price is so expensive, I believe many people will believe it, and those who have money to buy it will believe it. And others believed it. As for those who know the truth, there are only a small number after all, so it's no big deal. And that giant dragon is a giant dragon at the peak of the sun, but it belongs to the huge dragon clan. Okay. Liliana had a strange expression on her face, as if there was some truth to it. In this way, at least a considerable number of people can be confused, and many people will believe this version. They hadn't fought that dragon anyway. But will anyone really believe it? Liliana was thinking. The dragon at the peak of the day, I regret it. The patriarch of the Twilight Monitor Lizard Warlock clan, Chigu Mark, has a painful and ugly expression on his face. The wrong estimate made him make a wrong decision, and this wrong decision will at least cost them dearly. At this time the door opened, and a warlock walked in, and said to Chigu Mark, my lord, the Tower of Bloodline has released a new list today, saying that it wants to strengthen the connection with the eastern part of the western regions, among which the Holy Tower and the Kraken family is in it too, but we seem to be left out. Hearing this, Chigu Mark's face became even uglier. Just as he was about to say something, another warlock rushed in and said, my lord, something is wrong. The Bloodline Tower cut off our connection, and many when the forces saw this, they hurriedly cut off contact with us. Chigu Mark's expression froze instantly. A few seconds later, he leaned back on the high-backed chair behind him expressionlessly, his eyes were empty. He regrets it. But it's too late. Dawn City. Looking at the news in front of him, Nilo couldn't help frowning, and his face was also ugly. The giant dragon at the peak of the day is actually the peak of the day. He gritted his teeth, looked at Tumun not far away, and said, is this news accurate? My lord, this is the news from the Charm Mansion. A copy of 100,000 magic stones should not be fake, and according to the news from the spies that day, it seems that the giant dragon was easily captured. Dragon, not a half-step 5th ring. Tumun took a deep breath and said. Damn it, the trash dragon race, the first race left in the wizarding world, has declined like this? Fuck, you beat your mother with this force, there is something wrong. Nilo cursed and chattered endlessly. Seeing Nile's appearance, Tumun couldn't help but lower his head. Now that he broke the defense and scolded directly in front of him, he didn't even pretend to be pretending. Eli really has a magical power. After scolding for more than 10 minutes, Nilo raised his head again and looked at Simon in front of him. His original angry expression was gradually replaced by gloom, and he said in a low voice. Unknowingly, Eli, this guy has become a serious obstacle to our plan, Tumun, I think it's time to get rid of this guy. You and Ross get rid of him, even if it's really the worst. He really the most important thing is the existence of the half-step 5 ring, at most it is just a beginner, and the two of you half-step 5 ring are enough. Hearing Niall's words, Tumun was taken aback for a moment, but a trace of bloodthirsty flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile. Okay, my lord, then I'll go now, I can't wait any longer. After all, Tumun was about to leave, but was stopped by Nilo again. I saw Nilo pursed his lips and said, when the limelight passes, don't move for now. Okay. Nilo showed a happy smile, bent over as if joking and said. Only on your order. Your Majesty the Demon Heart King. Chapter 453. 3 months later. The impact of the Greenfield Dragon invasion gradually dissipated. Although it caused a lot of impact, after all, it only happened within the scope of the Bloodline Tower, and it didn't cause too much damage, so people soon forgot about it. Land of Greenery. Giovanni and Orsti rested on a corner of the valley, one high and the other low, like two hills. Not far from the two of them was Eli, who was observing the two giant dragons. Staring at the two giant dragons, Eli murmured to himself, since Giovanni, who is half-step 5 ringed, joined the experiment, the speed of the experiment has progressed rapidly. I may be able to find the key point in less than 5 years, and in this during a period of time, I also studied Giovanni in depth, and I have a deeper understanding of the strength of the half-step 5 rings, which is not as scary as I imagined. To be honest, the arrival of Giovanni is really a timely reign, so that Eli can carry out everything smoothly, and also has a more in-depth evaluation of the Heart of the Abyss. He felt that he could fight the Heart of the Abyss now, and he might even win. Of course it's just a joke, even if you really want to fight, you have to wait for the true spirit blood body to be researched. Shaking his head, Eli was about to leave here, but suddenly another figure appeared in the corner of his eye. Seeing the figure, Eli smiled, turned around and said, Vivica, why come here when you have time? Not far behind, Vivica, who was wearing a white sorcerer's robe, walked over, and she looked more intelligent than before. The experimental equipment is not enough, I will take some living materials. Vivica said. All right. Eli smiled. He didn't expose the existence of Giovanni, so Vivica often came to get some materials. Of course, the dragon stayed here, which was also convenient for him to experiment. After all, the Green Land was originally his main experimental site. Go ahead, but they seem to be sleeping, you'd better wake them up first. Eli turned sideways to make room for Vivica. No need, I'm already awake. Suddenly, a more forceful voice came. Looking back, Giovanni, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes at some point, revealing red eyes. Shaking the body slightly, it is like a mountain overturning, giving people a great sense of oppression. But for outsiders to see it, they must be very surprised, because at this time, the giant dragon skillfully stretched an arm in front of Vivica, and even the scales were slightly unfolded, revealing the delicate skin inside and the skin that can be seen. To the blood vessels. This is the Dragon King, who would dare to believe it? Vivica was not used to seeing it, so she took out the tools and started to collect materials and draw blood. During this process, Giovanni ignored him, just looked at Eli, and asked, Eli, I have participated in your experiment for the past 3 months, and I found that you are not only studying the blood itself, but also what are you trying to do when you are researching the knowledge left by the wizards? An experiment. Eli looked at the dragon and replied. Seeing Eli's perfunctory words, Giovanni blinked, then seemed to think of something funny and said. By the way, you don't want to improve the warlock system through the means of wizards. Barely count it. Eli smiled, his goal was to integrate rather than improve, which was much more difficult and subversive. Ha ha ha, it's not easy for you, but if you succeed, maybe you can attract the will of the world. Giovanni laughed, but his tone was a bit joking. Is the world will? Eli was also a little dazed when he heard the word. The will of the world, as the name suggests, is the will of a world. It is a product that transcends the world but relies on the world. It will only be produced after the world is born long enough. It can be said to represent the world itself. The will of the world does not usually respond. Generally speaking, it will only be displayed when the world encounters major hazards and other worlds invade. But there is also a kind, which is said to make major changes to the main ethnic group system in the world, and it may even be possible. Anything that changes the world may also bring the will of the world down. Although Eli hadn't encountered it, almost all the famous figures in the wizarding world had experienced it, and it was even said that the 7 rings and above were related to this. Maybe. Eli shook his head. He thinks it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. But this aroused his curiosity. He looked at Giovanni and asked, "Then you have lived for so long, you should have encountered the will of the world." Giovanni turned his head, ready to speak. "Hiss. Sorry, I need to take a scale." Lowering her head, Waiwika was pulling out his scale. "It's okay." The corner of Giovanni's mouth twitched, then he looked at Eli and continued, "I was born about 500 years ago in the new calendar, and I've seen it a few times in the wizarding world, but then it was the catastrophe happened, I was left here, and I haven't seen it since." Giovanni shrugged, as if to say, "Look, you magicians are so good." Eli nodded approvingly, he agreed. Seeing Eli nodding, he was also stunned for a moment, seemed a little surprised, but still said, "But it may be because I overlooked it. I woke up once 1,000 years ago. According to my tribe, it seems that there is the will of the world has come, but it is in the northern part of the wizarding world, it seems to be an extremely cold place." "A place of extreme cold?" Eli looked at the dragon, which reminded him of the Lich's Tower, a topic that is now banned in the central continent. "Is it about them? Maybe. But it has nothing to do with him." Eli shook his head and stopped thinking. At this time, Vivica also collected the materials and stood up. "Come on, if there is anything you need to tell me or Alida is fine." Eli encouraged. "Okay, I will not disappoint Brother Eli's expectations." Vivica stood up and nodded. Although she has only studied it for decades, she also found that she has a high talent for blood. Eli was really happy to be able to help. 1 year later. After passing the initial running-in stage, the progress of the experiment is rapidly unfolding. At this time, the progress has exceeded 40%. Even Eli was stunned, because he didn't expect it to be so smooth, and he could only guess that it might have something to do with his half-fused state of wizards and warlocks. Of course, Vivica, Giovanni, and Ole Ersti's help is also relevant. And within this year, the development of the Bloodline Tower has been steadily advancing. In the past year, more than a dozen forces have joined the Bloodline Tower, becoming a well-deserved top force in the western regions. The Heart of the Abyss is shoulder to shoulder. As for the Heart of the Abyss, there was surprisingly no movement this year, as if it was completely lazy to pay attention to it. Eli is wary of this. Because although the Heart of the Abyss looks honest, in fact, only he knows that this is a how dishonest force. Another day. Eli was doing a blood test for Giovanni, slowly drawing out a little bit of his blood that was rich in this certain law, and Giovanni also had an expression that he had already gotten used to. But suddenly, I saw that Eli's movements suddenly stopped, and a relaxed expression appeared on his face. "Eli, what happened?" Giovanni asked. "A guest is coming, follow me out." Eli smiled and said to the Dragon King beside him. 2 people, 2.5 steps 5 rings. The 2 of them were fine, he could handle it completely, and they finally came, which made Eli feel relieved. "I'm not afraid that you won't come, but I'm afraid that you will keep quiet, that's the scariest thing." "Okay." Giovanni nodded inexplicably. Eli walked towards the back of the valley, and he followed quickly. Of course, Eli didn't forget to test the fate dice. With his own territory and Giovanni, it showed 20. Done. And Orsti in the distance watched the 2 leaving, ignored them, and just changed the direction to sleep. The other creatures in the Green Land didn't take it seriously, they just thought they were going out for a trip. Chapter 454. In the mountains. Tumun and Rose strolled toward the Green Land. The expressions of both of them were very calm, without the slightest worry on their faces, as if they didn't know that they were approaching the range of the greenery. Unlike Tumun, Ra seemed to be a strong man with a height of 2.5 meters. His whole body muscles tightened the warlock robe, and his face was rebellious. "Tumun, it's not necessary. It's just one Eli. As for the 2 of us coming." Rose waved his hand casually, discounted the 100-meter tree in front, and said relaxedly to the side. "This warlock may be more powerful than you imagined." Tumun glanced at him. Although he looked down on Eli, he was still very cautious. After all, it took 100 years to lead the Tower of Bloodline to this point. Combat power. So be careful. Humph. Ross shrugged, with an indifferent expression on his face. Compared with Tumun, his status in front of Nilo is worse, but his strength is not bad at all, and he is also at the level of half-step 5th ring, so he has no respect for Tumun at all. Look at your timid look, I'll take a shot later, and I haven't seen blood for a long time, since I was changed by adults, I feel very uncomfortable without seeing blood for a day. Luo Si smiled. Tumun is helpless. Suddenly, the forest ahead trembled, and a figure came out of it. It was Eli. Still fully armed, all the wizarding tools are not missing, the wizard's book in the left hand, and the staff in the right. Tumun had met Eli before, so when he saw Eli in full armor, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes widened. Haven't arrived yet? This was discovered? At this moment, Ross, who was standing beside him, didn't know Eli. Looking at the person coming, there was a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. It's just right, someone just bumped into him, and I can drink some fresh blood later. Blood? Listening to the warlock's words, Eli frowned slightly. Has the person in the heart of the abyss become so perverted? Not so. Ross walked straight forward, then showed a kind smile, and said, Boy, but before you die, let me ask you a question. Do you know where Eli is? If I know, maybe I can let you go. Don't you know me? Eli was a little surprised, because obviously the two of them appeared here just for Eli, but this person didn't know his face. Not far away, Tumun also covered his face, and just poked Ross with his hand. Ross turned his head suspiciously. He is Eli, the target of our trip. Tumun pointed to Eli not far away. You are Eli. Ross was also dumbfounded. He turned his head, looked at the warlock not far away, and nodded in agreement. The corners of Ross's mouth gradually twitched, his face darkened, he looked at Eli, who was not far away, and said, It's okay, I just need to kill you for such a shameful thing. Okay, let's try. Eli smiled, the breath of the person in front of him was similar to Giovanni's, even slightly weaker. He stretched out his hand, a little shadow suddenly appeared, and endless shadows suddenly gathered in it. At the same time, the statue outside the city in the distance suddenly burst into light, spanning 7 or 8 kilometers and descending directly on Eli. Faith blessing. The shadow dragon breathes. Rose's pupils suddenly dilated. This power. How can it be? And what is that light? Los's eyes widened, black and red lava armor suddenly appeared outside his body, and his eyes turned red. Tumun on the side also widened his eyes, and quickly moved to the side to hide. This intensity? Damn, Charm Mansion sells fake news, there are too many fake ones. But at this time, the shadows in Eli's hands had already gathered, and Eli made a small change. The shadow suddenly turned into a shadow sword. Cut! Eli waved lightly. The black shadow shone, and a black shadow crossed the ground, turning into an arc-shaped sword light, and flew towards Ross. Ross' eyes were about to burst, but in the blink of an eye, he melted into the shadows. The shadows passing over Rose did not stop, but rose into the sky, and the sea of clouds in the sky was also divided into 2 halves, which is magnificent. Along with the ground cracking hundreds of meters, a huge crack appeared on the ground, like a major earthquake. And when the shadow dissipated, Rose's figure was still in place, but his expression had been fixed at the same time. Although there were no wounds on his body, his eyes were dull and lifeless, and his spirit was dead. It seems that my sword skills are not bad, so handsome. Eli smiled, showing a relaxed smile. At this time, in the land of the City of Blood, it is very easy for him to hit the 5th ring half a step. Of course, there was another one that he didn't forget, he looked aside. How can it be? At this moment, Tumun looked at the scene in front of him tremblingly, and Luo Si, who died in less than 5 seconds. Eli is a liar. He is definitely stronger. How could this be the peak of the day? Damn charming mansion, thanks to the #1 information agency. Too strong, he is definitely no match. What should I do? Fight? No, if I fight, I will never kill. Then I can only run. Tumun gritted his teeth, and was about to turn around and run away, but when he turned around, he saw not far away, a red dragon was staring at him, and its aura was even stronger than that of Ross. That dragon king from the green field. The corner of Tumun's mouth twitched again, this appearance was undoubtedly that dragon king. But didn't he go back to the green field? How would it appear here? Tumun felt that he was about to faint. Everything he experienced today was hitting his self-confidence, making his worldview collapse at any time. He also understood how much they underestimated Eli. This man, no, he's an old bastard, how capable of hiding. Of course, the top priority right now is nothing else, but to save one's own life. He turned his head to look at Eli again, took a deep breath, and then tremblingly said, Eli, we are actually only visiting you on behalf of the Heart of the Abyss, what are you going to do with your behavior like this? Behind him was the Heart of the Abyss, and he felt that as long as he mentioned Eli, it wouldn't be too much. Eli just sneered. You sneaked up to the back mountain of my house, or 2.5 steps to the 5th ring road, and you told me it was a visit? There is no doubt that this is Nero who is going to get rid of him. Shaking his head, Eli gave birth to his hand again, and said to Nilo, I don't believe it. Seeing Eli stretching out his hand, Tumun showed horror and said loudly, Eli, aren't you curious about what happened? I can tell you. No. Eli shook his head again. Compared with the words of the living, the dead can tell him more. Next second, the golden light descended, and shadows pierced the sky. A few seconds later, Eli returned to the green land with the bodies of the two and called Giovanni. At this time, Giovanni also felt behind his back that his flames had been extinguished a lot, and he was even more in awe of Eli. This guy is too strong. It's fucking outrageous. Chapter 455. Laboratory. The silver walls reflected the bright light of wizard alchemy lamps, and in the center of the laboratory, there were 2 tall tables. On the tables were 2 corpses, which were Los and Tumun from the Heart of the Abyss. Eli and Nicola stood beside Ross. My lord, this corpse doesn't look right. Nicholas looked at the corpse with deep eyes. Really? Eli nodded, and his eyes were also on Ross, who had been stripped naked. On the large white skin, in addition to the normal growth of body hair, there are also black and red blood vessels all over, lying on his body like a ferocious centipede. And it's not a question of 1 or 2, his whole body looks pretty much the same. It's not just him, Tumun not far away is similar, with black and red blood vessels all over his body. Extract the soul first. Eli said to Nicholas on the side, the soul still exists less than an hour after the 2 died. Good. Nicholas nodded, and then stretched his hand to Rose's head, a grey breath slowly came out of his brain, and then condensed into the appearance of Rose, or his soul fragment. What's your name? Eli asked directly. The soul body in this state has almost no secrets. Lolos. The soul body replied dully. Very good, it seems that the soul body is basically complete. What is your purpose this time? Go to the Tower of Blood and kill Eli under the order of Master Nilo. Ross replied dully again. Eli nodded, as he expected, this matter was really planned by the Heart of the Abyss. Why? Eli asked again. Because he hindered our plan, we must get rid of it. Nilo replied again. Plan? What plan? Eli's eyes lit up, as if he had asked something crucial. The plan is... Nilo replied hesitantly, and a painful expression appeared on the face of the soul body, and a little bit of black and red mist gradually radiated from the head. In the next second, the black and red mist suddenly exploded. Boom! The soul body exploded, turning into the purest spiritual power and appearing in front of the 2 of them. Means are set in the soul. Eli watched this scene calmly, his eyes narrowed slightly. There is no doubt that this is Nilo's method to prevent the so-called plan from leaking. What exactly is the plan? Eli felt a little tricky. No matter what his plan was, it would definitely not be a good thing. The price of the 8-armed snake demon family and the Sokka family was still vivid in his memory. The scope and objects involved in their plan, as well as the harm, may be much greater than he imagined, and it is much more dangerous, which will hinder his peaceful life, which he does not want to see. My lord, this method has been triggered, and it's difficult for the people behind to perceive it. We'd better deal with Tumun quickly. At this moment, Nicholas pointed at Tumun's corpse not far away. Good. Knowing that he couldn't waste time, Eli immediately ran to Tumun's corpse, and used the same method to absorb Tumun's soul. At this time, Tumun's soul was covered with layers of black and red aura, as if it would be destroyed at any time. My lord. Nicholas showed an anxious expression, obviously Nilo reacted faster than them. But in the next second, he only saw a flash of silver light, and the black-red mist suddenly became unreal, and then turned into an old face, with his eyes slightly opened, as if he was looking around. But the silver light has already shrouded its surroundings. And in the light, Pictures appeared one after another at the same time, confusing people's faces. Nicholas was stunned, and looked towards Eli who was on the side. At this time, Eli was still standing there calmly, but the silver light in his eyes bloomed like moonlight, and 4 silver streaks flowed in it, and his hair became black and white, white and black, as if it was changing. At this moment, it seemed that the silver light was fighting against the face, making up something. But at this moment, the face seemed to realize something, the eyes widened, and a burst of black and red mist suddenly bloomed, as if it was about to break through the environment made of silver light. I can't hold it anymore. Nicholas has seen this method of Eli's before, and knows that it is an adult spiritual method, but it seems that it is not enough to suppress the face at this time, and may fall short at any time. My lord, hold on. Nicholas looked anxiously. But in the next second, only 4 silver lights suddenly turned into 5, and a more intense light suddenly bloomed, and 4 silver streaks turned into 5, which instantly plunged the entire laboratory into a silver light. At this moment, Nicholas felt a terrible oppression and a sense of deadly threat. As long as the adults are willing, they can kill him in an instant. No. And the face? Nicholas struggled to look at the face not far away. At this time, the black and red mist on the face slowly dissipated and returned to normal. After a few seconds, it turned into nothingness, but at the same time Tuman his spiritual body also disappeared into the air. Coffee. All gone. Eli almost collapsed on the ground, feeling extremely weak on his body. His face was extremely ugly, even if the eye of Mercury broke through to the 5th floor, he didn't feel the slightest joy. My lord, what's the matter? Nicholas ran to help Eli, looking at Eli, who was a little weak at this time, asked. I know everything. Eli stood up slowly, and then his tone was melancholy. Just now he tried to restrain Nile or other people behind Tuman with the Mercury eye, but to his surprise, he accidentally inspired Nile. That's right, that face just now belonged to Nile. And the first time he used the eye of Mercury to create an illusion, let Nero see that he did not see the 2, but other pictures. Of course, during the process of this team, he was almost discovered, but fortunately, the eye of Mercury also with this high-intensity confrontation and years of accumulation, he broke through to the 5th ring. Compared with Siwan's Mercury eye, Wuhuan's eye of Mercury is completely 2 grades, no matter it is a qualitative leap in all aspects, and he also successfully suppressed Nilo, so he was not discovered. But these are not the point, but Eli also spied on Tuman's memory during the period. And that plan? Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, but his heart was full of turbulent waves. He has thought a lot. For example, Nilo intends to use the devil to realize his ideas throughout the western regions, but he has never thought about it, that is, Nilo is actually a demon. Nilo is no longer a human being, but an abyssal demon lord. An abyssal demon king from the depths of the abyss who is more powerful than the kings of the abyss with 4 rings, the so-called 5-ring creature. It's troublesome. Eli looked at the corpses of the 2 people in the distance, feeling troubled. Chapter 456. Plan. Eli muttered this word, which was the most terrifying thing he knew from Tuman's memory, and the origin of everything, about Nilo. And this starts with Nilo's disappearance more than 500 years ago. 500 years ago, the abyss changed, and a large number of demons invaded. As the ruler of the heart of the abyss, Nilo was naturally duty-bound. Middle. Then he disappeared. Until 3 years later, when everyone thought he was dead, he walked out of the abyss. No one knows what happened to Nilo in the 3 years. But then Tuman was the first to know. Nilo was pulled into the abyss, and his soul was devoured by the 5-ringed demon king in the abyss. The reason Tuman knew was also very simple. The power of. Before, he was just an ordinary peak of the 4th ring, but after the transformation, he became a half-step 5th ring. And their plan is very simple, that is to use the blood sacrifice of at least half of the population in the western regions to detonate the curse and completely release the demons sealed in the abyss. Grunt. Eli's throat moved slightly. According to Tuman's memory, it is said that there are many 5-ring demons in the abyss, and there are even more powerful existences inside. With the current power of the wizard world, once it is detonated, the whole world may fall into darkness. And I will lose everything, and I don't even have the environment to start over, because at that time, the weak warlocks in the world may not be able to suppress them. If my abnormality is discovered again, then... Eli's eyes gradually became serious, which he absolutely did not allow. It seems that this war is inevitable, and maybe other forces can be notified. Eli was thinking, but in fact he was not particularly flustered yet. Because even though Nile is actually the Abyssal Demon Lord, he is only mentally occupied, not the fifth ring at all, but just a powerful fourth ring, a more powerful half-step fifth ring. And fortunately, he discovered it early, and Nilo didn't know that he had been discovered. So now it is a situation where the enemy is in the clear and I am in the dark. And the most important point is that because of Eli, Nilo's plan has been blocked many times, so that his plan is still in a half state, and there is still some time. The heart of the abyss must be destroyed first. No, who knows what other means the five-ringed demons have, and they must not be regarded as half-steps of the fourth ring, so it is best to let other people do it first, and then I will do something in it. What? It's better to let other people help to explore. Eli stood up straight, looking at the two corpses with deep eyes. It must be stopped, but how to organize it is another question. I have to notify other forces immediately. Nicholas, you go. Eli looked directly at Nicholas, just about to instruct him to notify other forces, and then waved his hand again. My lord, what am I going to do? Nicholas asked. From just now, he saw that the expression on Eli's face was not right, and now this feeling is even stronger. It's okay, it's okay. Eli waved his hand suddenly, giving up this idea. To deal with this kind of enemy, it is absolutely necessary to end everything with thunder. There is only one chance, so it must not be done in this way, otherwise Nero may run away directly, which will cause even more trouble. Absolutely don't startle the snake. After all, if he does something, then Nilo will definitely understand who is behind the scenes, and it will be very troublesome to let him escape by then. Besides, after my misleading, Nilo will definitely be fine in a short period of time. Also, they are progressing slowly. I still have at least a few decades of development time. Half a step to the fifth ring, then I have absolute confidence that Nilo will not have any chance to eradicate the heart of the abyss at once, and I can even artificially add some troubles to them. Eli quickly thought of a plan, so he looked at Nicholas again. What are your orders? Nicholas immediately lowered his head. The order will be passed on to increase the manpower of the Rule Laboratory and the Bloodline Laboratory by 20,000. Anyone who makes a key discovery will be rewarded. Whether it is the bloodline of the fourth ring or wealth, as long as they produce results. Then you secretly set up a team to monitor every move of the heart of the abyss. Eli said. Yes. There was a look of shock in Nicholas' eyes. This kind of big handwriting, what kind of psychological construction has the adult experienced in his heart? 20,000 people, the investment of so many people is not a small amount. It almost emptied the reserves related to the Bloodline Tower, and the knowledge invested in the two experiments shows the determination of adults. There is a sense of all or nothing. However, as Eli's confidant, he didn't ask any questions and just nodded. Secret. Eli just patted Nicholas on the shoulder and said. For Nicholas, he also has a lot of trust, which stems from thousands of years of loyalty. Soon, Nicholas left, and Eli walked into the laboratory and devoted himself to the research. The storm is coming. Heart of the Abyss. Wizard Tower. There was a gnashing of teeth sound. Damn black mandala. Nilo's eyes seemed to be burning with anger, but what he saw just now was still shining in his eyes. In a forest, a group of warlocks with black mandala flowers besieged and killed Tumun and Los. Nilo said that he couldn't figure it out. How could they provoke this force? This shouldn't be, they have nothing to do with this force, and they even feel safe and have no communication. Of course, it is obvious that this matter was not done by the western regions, because no one has the financial resources and strength, but how could it be done by the warlocks of the central region? What is their plan? Could it be the Warlock Alliance? They wanted me to join, but I never agreed. Nilo frowned, but he was even more angry in his heart. Both Tumun and Los were the products of his transformation for a long time. It is not made casually. However, there is a great certainty that the old rules have long since disappeared. These greedy warlock alliances have long been concerned about the resources of the western regions, and even the abyss itself. There is a high probability that they did it. These people are just annoying. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Then Death Mandala, are they too bold? Nilo knocked on the table angrily, and the table suddenly fell apart. Come on! Nilo shouted. A warlock walked in with red eyes. Give me the secret destruction of all the known strongholds of the Wizards' Alliance in the western regions, as well as the strongholds of the Death Mandala. These people have gone too far this time. Nilo gritted his teeth and said. Yes. Also, pass on the order. I have 2 chances to break through the 5th ring in half a step. Let's see if the 2 are willing. He stopped the warlock and said again. Yes. Nile didn't lie down on the chair until watching the warlock leave. Just looking at the mess in front of him, he closed his eyes helplessly. It's Eli the bastard again. This time he is lucky, let him take off his head himself in the future. I took the train today, the keyboard was crushed, and I wrote on my mobile phone, so it was slow. Let's see if it can be sold after sale, blah, 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 blah. Chapter 457. A week later. The moon and stars are rare. Outside a valley in the southern part of the western regions, Farinhill stroked the black and red marks on his body, raised his head, and looked at the entrance of the valley with red eyes. My lord, it's ahead, that's where the Warlock Alliance of the western regions resides. A warlock came to his side, looked down at Feilun respectfully, not daring to go beyond it. The one in front of me is the new confidant of Master Nero, who is in charge of the Warlock Alliance in this operation. I see, it's just a good time to test the strength my lord has given me. Feilun licked his tongue covered with black barbs, and then clenched his fists. The strength bestowed by his lord made him feel that he was invincible at this moment. Set off! Feilun yelled, and then flew directly towards the valley. Dozens of people in the jungle behind quickly followed. Ah, who is it? A guard at the back of the valley illuminated Feilun, but he just waved his hand. The warlock didn't even let out a wail, and a black flame directly burned the guard to ashes. But the warlocks obviously still have some effect. The valley lights up instantly, and several warlocks fly up. Kill, none of them can let them slip away. Feilun's eyes flashed bloodthirsty, and he flew directly towards several warlocks. Within a few seconds, several warlocks fell to the ground one after another. Kill, ha 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 ha! Feilun shouted excitedly in the sky. On the ground, killing, roaring, wailing echoes in the valley. And this is just the biggest one. At this time, in other places in the western regions, all the existence of the Warlock Alliance and the Death Mandala are being wiped out rapidly. A day later, Eli found out about it from Liliana. My lord, this matter has made those forces in the Central Territory very angry, especially several big figures from the Warlock Alliance have expressed that they will thoroughly investigate this matter, but Mia from the Death Mandala has nothing to say. Liliana said. Warlock Alliance. Eli blinked, what's the matter with the Warlock Alliance? I originally planned to ask Mia to help take the blame. After all, the Black Mandala has no stronghold in the western regions. Even if it dies, Mia probably won't care. But this suddenly became connected with the Warlock Union. Can't figure it out, can't understand. This matter has received a lot of attention, but unfortunately nothing has been discovered. These people who did the work were strategically careful and their actions were so unified. Even these insiders didn't spread any news. How could there be such loyal subordinates? I was ordered to investigate this matter, but unfortunately there is no clue yet. Master Eli, do you know the inside story of this matter? Liliana asked. I don't know, but I suggest you leave this matter alone. This matter is much deeper than you think. Eli didn't answer, but just suggested. Just kidding, I have been enslaved by the devil, how can I not be loyal? Hearing Eli's suggestion, Liliana was taken aback. Just when she wanted to continue asking, the door suddenly opened, and Nicholas came in quickly, came to Eli, and said something quickly. I'm sorry, there's someone from the central region, and it might be worth it. Eli said to Liliana, and then followed Nicholas directly out of the room. Along the way, Eli also asked Nicholas, are you sure you're from the Warlock Alliance? Yes, my lord, it is indeed the people from the Warlock Alliance who came to see you by name. Nicholas shook his head helplessly, deliberately emphasizing on the roll call. Roll call. Eli smiled interestedly as he listened to the two contemptuous words. Then let's go and meet this lord. Eli pursed his lips. After a while, Eli met the warlock who had come from the far Middle Lands. Dressed in a black high-collared warlock robe, his appearance remains about 30 years old, with half a breadth of 5 rings, and he raises his head with a haughty expression, as if looking down on everything. The face is very long, like a shoehorn, and because of the blood, the eyes are vertical, with 3 points of indifference, 2 points of neglect, and 5 points of disdain. Eli was taken aback by the first sentence. A sharp voice spit out from his mouth, and said, I have 2 things this time. One is that the Warlock Union thinks that you are not bad and have the potential to join us. You only need to pay 20% of the power's resources every year to join us. And the second thing is that I am here to thoroughly investigate the affairs of this branch, and I need your cooperation. Join the Warlock Alliance, 20% resources. What a harsh condition. Eli was stunned at this moment. He had heard that the Warlock League was superior, but this was his first contact with the Warlock League. He didn't expect to be so proud. He has learned that, as far as Liliana knows, this is because the Warlock Alliance used to be composed of the most senior bloodlines and the most honorable Warlock families in the world. At first, everyone was fine and managed the world together, but later it became more and more difficult. The passage of time, coupled with the nobility of the blood, caused this power to be like a decadent dynasty, arrogant and contemptuous of everything. Of course they do have the capital to be proud, because they are really strong. But well, he doesn't care about these. If you don't give me face, don't expect me to give you face. Eulepi smiled and said, I'm sorry, people in our forces have things to do during this time, and I can't help you, so I will trouble you to collect them yourself. As for the matter of joining forces, we will talk about it after you finish the mission. After finishing speaking, he directly left the room with big strides, without any intention of staying. He has no shortage of time, but he doesn't waste it on worthless people. Looking at the back of Eli's leaving, Warlock's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, Humph, not all lizards will become dragons, you idiot. But he didn't catch up, that would be too embarrassing. Or after he finishes the investigation, he will naturally come to let this Warlock see what it means to be strong, maybe he doesn't even know what half-step 5 rings are. Warlock snorted coldly, then strode away from here. The other side. Nicholas asked curiously, My lord, will you let him go? Why don't you let him go? Eli looked calm, and then continued, Do you think he can finish the investigation alive? Nicholas suddenly realized and smiled. Investigate the truth? Isn't that courting death? 3 days later. Eli received the news of Warlock's death. The body was found in a valley. It is said that the whole body has turned into a viscous shape, and the bones are almost melting. It was melted alive before death, and suffered great torture. And this matter also made the Warlock Alliance furious, but they didn't send anyone this time. The half-step 5 ring is already a very high combat effectiveness, and they can't afford to lose a Warlock of this level, but they condemned Eli for not being helpful. Eli didn't pay any attention, but went straight into the laboratory. Time is running out. Nilo, this guy is becoming more and more out of scale. He felt more and more tense. Chapter 458. Time passed little by little. Although the Warlock Alliance was very angry, the western regions were still dispensable to them, and with the loss of a half-step 5th ring, these people also decided to give up control of the western regions. It also made Eli even more glad he hadn't told them. If you really tell them first, I'm afraid it's one thing to believe it or not. Secondly, are they really willing to spend a huge amount of resources and risk major damage to help the western regions? Of course, it is possible to be invaded by demons, but at least the time spent is enough for people like Nilo to evacuate. That would be a big trouble. Time passed little by little. 10 years later. Land of Greenery. At this time, Eli was standing not far away, with Giovanni lying beside him. Eli, how far has your experiment progressed? Giovanni asked curiously. More than half. Eli replied. It's more than halfway, so it seems that my mission is almost over. Your experimental damage is so weird, it makes me feel like I'm in the era of wizards, but they are much more terrifying. Giovanni smiled Road. Eli responded, looking at the green grass that has grown for an unknown number of generations not far away. 10 years. Eli is in a trance, not because of the passage of time, but because the past 10 years have not been peaceful at all. 7 years ago. The western part of the western regions, that is, the Suia mountain range area, collapsed on a large scale. The landslide stretched 10,000 meters, and even the city of Holmes was destroyed, including the city Lord Amanda, who brought hundreds of thousands of city residents to join Eli, who was accepted by Eli. He went to explore there afterwards, and although there was nothing there, he felt what he felt in the 8-armed snake demon before, that scorched, dead breath. He checked and searched carefully, and found nothing wrong. In the end, Eli guessed that this might be an experiment of the heart of the abyss. After all, if they really wanted to break the seal, they had to think carefully, and if they failed, they would definitely be noticed by the warlocks, so they only had one chance, and it was entirely possible to do some rehearsals. And an incident 5 years ago also proved Eli's conjecture. A large number of creatures in a mountain range all died, suspected of being sacrificed by blood. Logically speaking, this matter may not be directly related to the heart of the abyss, but the team organized by Nicholas saw the people of the heart of the abyss appearing nearby at that time. Can this still be a coincidence? The rehearsal has begun. How long will it take for the official performance? Eli shook his head. He had wanted to make a move a long time ago, but it was a pity that neither the rules nor the blood experiment had reached the point of success, and it was not yet safe, so he had to continue to wait. There's still time. Eli took a deep breath and returned to the lab. The next step is to speed up the progress. Let's add some people. This decade has also cultivated a new batch of talents. Time goes by. 5 years later. Under Eli's suggestion, the number of peripheral and core personnel participating in the 2 experiments has reached 50,000, and almost all the talents in this field have been searched out. Even Eli hollowed out several mountains near the City of Blood for experiments, and for this reason, he did not know how many dragons were pulled, and even the blue dragon Sais also voluntarily joined the experiment. Of course, with such manpower and material resources, the experiment is progressing rapidly. At this time, 70% of the work of finding the balance point of the bloodline true spirit body has passed. It's coming soon, give me a few more years. Eli took a deep breath and looked at the distant sky. Another 15 years. In the lab. Eli sat on the ground, with 2 figures entrenched behind him at the same time. One is the true body of the shadow dragon who manipulates the shadows, and the other is the real spirit who manipulates the elements. If anyone else saw it, their jaws would drop in shock. Because there has never been a 4 rings that have both at the same time. What is even more shocking is that the 2 are still getting closer at this time, and even overlap at a certain level, as if they are fused together, and they are merging. Illusion and reality collide, and the fusion of the 2 is getting closer and closer to the limit. At this time, the red blood mist and elemental storm gradually surged up in the whole experiment, wrapping around Eli's side like gauze, making whirring sounds, and the nearby experimental equipment also made crackling sounds. And as the 2 merged to the limit, the sound became louder and louder, as if it was about to reach the limit. But in the next second, there was only a bang, followed by continuous explosions. The blood mist and elements suddenly disappeared, and the fusion of the 2 also came to an abrupt end. It's almost there. Eli opened his eyes and sighed deeply. At this time, the progress of the experiment has approached 92%, and he is getting closer and closer to finding that point. Today was also a whim. It was already almost done. I tried to integrate temporarily here, but unfortunately it still failed, but it also allowed him to eliminate some mistakes again, pushing the progress to 96%. Soon. Eli was a little happy, but when he turned his head and saw the broken experimental equipment all over the floor, the smile on his face froze. This is his most complete laboratory. This 100,000 magic stones, this 300,000, that 1 million. Eli's throat moved slightly, feeling his heart twitching a bit. It took a few minutes for him to recover, and he comforted himself as he walked out. It's okay, I'm not short of money, not much. Eli walked out of the laboratory and entered the picturesque green valley, feeling much better immediately. In the distance, Hill swallowed life elements like mist, and it was getting closer and closer to the 4th ring, while Hydra and Ortiz were facing each other farther away, as if they were enemies. However, Cyranoil is not there, because he is in the green field, and he is going back to deal with the affairs of the race. In the past 15 years, although various things have happened, they haven't made any big moves. I don't know if they are planning some big moves. Eli sighed. The heart of the abyss has been relatively honest these years, and has not done any major things, but this made him feel even more nervous, because the heart of the abyss is not a good thing. Maybe they really didn't do anything. Eli felt that he was thinking too much. Brother Eli. At the same time, a voice suddenly entered Eli's ears, and he saw an anxious Vivica running towards him in the distance. Looking at the anxiety on her face, Eli also understood that something serious must have happened. Because compared to the last dragon invasion, her eyes are more flustered now. A few seconds later, Viveka ran up to Eli, panting heavily. What's going on? Eli held him steady and asked. Being immobilized, Viveka raised her head, panic flashed in her eyes, and she said, My lord, the Dusk Monitor lizard family is gone, and all the warlocks in the family died overnight. What? Is it a demon invasion? No, if it is a demon invasion, I didn't perceive the space fluctuations. Even Eli couldn't keep calm. Compared with the Sokka family, the Dusk Monitor lizard family is even stronger, similar to the Akasha family that Eli once fought against, and it is also a top force in the second level. It shouldn't be. It's not a demon invasion. Viveka hastily denied, and continued. It's not an invasion, it's a blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice. Thumb up. Eli took a step back, hearing these two words, his eyes widened. It's over. The Crow Mouth. Chapter 459. The orange sunlight traveled through space, covering the main city of the Dusk Monitor Lizard Clan, Gamma City. Standing above the sky of the main city, Eli looked down at the city on the ground. The color of blood covered this ancient city, and the dark main road of the city turned into scarlet, extending towards the center of the city, where there was a huge altar made of countless flesh and bones. There are so many bones and blood and flesh. Scarlet blood reflected in Eli's eyes. Roughly estimated, at least tens of thousands of people made up this altar, plus other areas in the city, at least hundreds of thousands of people died here. Hundreds of thousands of people, this is not a small number, and this was once the main city of the Dusk Monitor Lizard Clan. It's so cruel. Eli pursed his lips, turned his head and looked not far away. At this time, he was not the only one here, and other people from the eastern forces of the western regions also arrived. Everyone looked at the ground with fear, and they were a little at a loss. They were all forces from the eastern part of the western regions. The Twilight Monitor Lizard was the top power in the eastern region, and it was destroyed overnight, and they were not demons. What if the enemy faced them this time? Thinking of this answer, everyone's cold sweat broke out. Master Eli, you have come here, I don't know what you think about this matter. At this moment, an old acquaintance flew towards Eli, and asked him. Seeing that it was the holy sword, Eli shook his head and said, I don't have any ideas. Although I guess in my heart that it is the heart of the abyss, but there is really no evidence for this kind of thing, so there is no need to say it. There is another reason, that is, although these forces in the Eastern Territory have a good relationship with their bloodline tower, they are far away from the bloodline tower after all, so they are actually more closely related to the Central Territory, or the Warlock Alliance. Some forces. No, at this time in front of the group of warlocks, a warlock with dark skin but sharp eyes was looking down at the ground with an angry expression. His name is Fayez Kamis. The Kamis family is stationed in the warlocks of the western regions. The Kamis family is a member of the Warlock Alliance and the superior force of the Dusk Monitor Lizard and other forces. In fact, in today's world where bloodlines determine status, family power is almost always ascending one level at a time, but in the end, when it reaches the peak, it is all connected with those top families, and most of the powers in the eastern region are related to it. Relation. The Tower of Bloodlines used to belong to the Amina family, but it left after that, so it has no intersection with these big forces. In fact, the last time the Warlock Alliance sent a signal, it is a pity that the Warlock was killed before finishing the task. Does anyone know who did it? Fade gritted his teeth and looked at everything in front of him. They didn't care about the disappearance of the Warlock Alliance camp and the death of the Warlock last time. That's because those who were not them, even the Warlock Alliance, were divided into multiple factions. But this time, the Twilight Monitor Lizard was supported by their family in the western regions. It was a shame to the family, and even a challenge to them, to die in such an unexplained way. Returning to my lord, the only thing I can find now is that the bones on the ground have been sacrificed by blood, and their souls have also been taken away. It is guessed that some evil forces may have done it, and not only here, but also the 12 major cities of the Dusk Monitor Lizard. It was destroyed almost at the same time. This is a very strict organization. A warlock came up and said. It's up to you. Fayez gritted his teeth, looked at everyone present and said sharply, no matter who did it, our Kamis family will not let them go. This is a provocation to the Kamis family, I want to sue the family and investigate this matter thoroughly. The angry words reached everyone's ears, while Eli was thinking. For him now, he has no plans to contact the Warlock Alliance. But for him, the heart is even more urgent. Although there is no evidence, he still thinks it was the Heart of the Abyss who did it. What are they going to do? Eli frowned. Although he knew what the ultimate purpose of Heart of the Abyss was, he didn't know some details, but what happened today was also a bad sign. Massacre the city. Hundreds of thousands of deaths. The Heart of the Abyss has no bottom line. However, no matter what they want to do, I just need to block them. Since the Kami's family wants to investigate thoroughly, then I will give them some evidence. And I need time to develop too. Eli turned to look at Fade not far away. If you get involved with a top force, the Heart of the Abyss will definitely not be so easy, at least it will not be possible to get out of your body in a short time, but you will have to make a fuss. Thinking of what to do, Eli smiled. Time goes by little by little. Led by the Kami's family, almost all forces in the eastern region sent people to join this operation. Their purpose was to thoroughly find out who did what happened to the Twilight family. The Bloodline Tower quietly kept a low profile, but secretly some previously collected evidence was slowly disseminated, of course not about the devil, but about some actions of the Heart of the Abyss. These evidences are enough for them to focus on the Heart of the Abyss. Of course, it may not be that sufficient, but for the Kami's family, one of the top warlock forces, members of the unruly Warlock Alliance, the evidence is not important at all. As long as it is found, such things as evidence are never necessary. Eli continued to comprehend the law silently at home and conduct his own experiments. The success of the experiment is getting closer and closer, and some actions can indeed be started. This time, let the Kami's family let him explore the reality of the Heart of the Abyss. Eastern Territory. A city left by the Twilight Monitor lizard family. Lost the main strength of the family, at this time the place was temporarily requisitioned by Fade. In the conference room of the Wizard Tower. Fade is sitting at the main seat, and there are many other forces below. Have you gained anything? Fayez looked at the people below and asked easily. These days, he dispatched these warlocks to search almost all over the western regions. My lord, we haven't gained much so far. The enemy is hiding deeper than we thought this time. Although we have worked hard, we still have nothing. Even the Heart of the Abyss, and the Tower of Blood, we also conducted investigations in the name of adults, but the two forces did not find any clues. A warlock frowned. We don't have any here either. We didn't either. Warlocks reported one by one, and looked at Fade carefully, only to find that the Lord was not as angry as he imagined, as if he was still a little relieved. Hey, it seems that you still can't do it. Fade shook his head, and then snapped out a bunch of things from his hands, including documents and other items. This is? A warlock asked curiously. Hehe, maybe you guys are really too weak to find anything, but my people just went around and there are so many discoveries. Fayez narrowed his eyes slightly. These are some of the previous actions or hidden actions of the Heart of the Abyss, but we found that they had done such a thing a long time ago. It is very likely that this thing was done by them, even the warlocks of the previous alliance may be his killed. As soon as Fade finished speaking, everyone opened their mouths. It's not that everyone is ignorant, it's because Fayed's words are too shocking. If it was really the Heart of the Abyss who did it, then things would be a big deal. It will be troublesome to solve it. After all, that is the Heart of the Abyss. My lord, the matter involves the Heart of the Abyss. Could it be framed by someone, and could it be too coincidental? The Heart of the Abyss is the top power in the western region after all. A warlock persuaded. Oh, the top power? Not any cat or dog can claim to be the top power. The western regions are just not that important to us, so the Heart of the Abyss is the only one, but if they dare to attack us, we will let them know what it means to be strong. Fayez stood up and looked at the warlock sharply. Warlock's body trembled, only then did he realize that he had said something wrong. The Heart of the Abyss is powerful, but can it still defeat these top families of the Warlock Alliance? Humph, I have already reported to the family that the family will send 2 half-step fifth rings to arrive in a few days, and let all the eastern forces prepare for me. If they really did it, then prepare for the destruction. Fei Zi sneered, his eyes full of contempt. The Heart of the Abyss. Just relying on a half-step 5-ring patriarch, do you really think that you can be arrogant? Anyway, they have been unhappy with the western regions for a long time, and maybe they can take the opportunity to win here, or, this is their purpose, otherwise the family will not send people in a hurry. No matter who gave us the news, since it was given to us, then we will swallow the fat. Fayez is not a fool either, so how could so much evidence fall into his hands so easily, but since it was sent, he would naturally not refuse it, and neither would the Khamis family. It's not a day or two for them to be greedy for the western regions. This time I found an excuse. 3 days later. War broke out. The 2.5 steps of the arrival of the Khamis family led the forces in the eastern part of the western regions, produced evidence and declared war on the Heart of the Abyss. The Heart of the Abyss naturally wouldn't admit these evidences, and was shocked and angry, and Nile naturally wouldn't allow the Khamis family to search at will. After all, they really couldn't see the light. Not surprisingly, war broke out. It was smoother than I thought. It seems that this should also be in the interests of the Khamis family, so they launched a war along the way, trying to swallow the Heart of the Abyss. Eli stood in the wizard's tower, looking at the green land ahead. Even he didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. But it's only 2 half-step 5 rings, and I still underestimate the Heart of the Abyss. It seems that the various forces are very unclear about the power of the Abyss Heart. They thought they only had 1 half-step 5 rings, but if they just help to find out, their strength is also enough. And with so many people, there shouldn't be any major problems. The Heart of the Abyss probably doesn't have the courage to be tough with these big forces. Eli thought. Of course, it would be best if the Khamis family could directly destroy the Heart of the Abyss, so that his troubles would be gone. It's a pity that there is no possibility. These big forces are based in the central region. It is impossible to send so many people here. Even those top combat powers are also restricted. The Warlock Alliance is not monolithic. It is impossible for other forces to allow them to swallow it all at once. Lower the western regions. Maybe the Khamis family is also acting alone this time, other forces don't know. Eli pursed his lips, guessing. But no matter how it develops, this matter has nothing to do with him. My bloodline tower is safe and sound, but let Alida shrink her power a bit, so don't disturb the battle between the two parties. Eli smiled, and then notified Alida. Then he walked towards the laboratory again. He has to research the experiment as soon as possible, otherwise it's not a solution to procrastinate. In the end everything depends on him. Heart of the Abyss. Who did it? Who the hell can tell me who did it? Nilo waved his arms angrily, gritted his teeth and looked at the warlocks in front of him angrily. Who else can tell me? Who can tell me why things leaked? The warlocks in front of him were the warlocks who had been promoted after the death of the two of Tumun last time, including Faerun. Faelun frowned, raised his head and replied, My lord, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with us. You can see that the evidence is even from a long time ago, and it is all speculation. It is impossible to directly prove this matter. It's about us. Indeed. Another warlock said, in the end, this is just a guess, as long as we don't admit it, and this is probably just an excuse made by the Khamis family, the purpose is just to feed our family. Several warlocks talked about each other, telling their own thoughts. Nilo rubbed his temples, feeling a little dizzy. Originally, he only thought about the blood sacrifice, but when he saw that there was nothing to push it to the evil organization, it turned out to be fine now, and it was really troublesome for them to be involved. Moreover, the Khamis family is menacing, they can't give up everything. My lord, what should we do next? Felon asked. Nilo raised his head, his eyes gradually became cold and said, I didn't want to be like this. We implement the plan silently, but there are always some people who push their noses in the face. It is also time to beat some of them, and let the western regions understand why we are the top power in the western regions, and let the Khamis family who underestimate us withdraw from the western regions. He slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Since we want to fight, we must fight hard so that all forces will be afraid of us, so that our next plan can be implemented smoothly. Otherwise, every accident will be pushed on us, who knows when the seal will be broken. Faelun, Kachi, Ola, you are all half-step 5 rings, leading the army on behalf of the army, go to the battle, be sure to kill all the warlocks who invaded this time, and leave no one behind. Since they underestimate us, let them see our power. On the other hand, send someone to find out who is slandering us. Black and red lines appeared on Nilo's face, and his eyes gradually turned red. A sense of oppression was pressing towards them like a tide, making them feel a lot of pressure. But the few people were not nervous at all, but showed cruel smiles. The Khamis family and the others are only facing the indigenous forces in the western regions. But they are cruel, bloody demons that are 100 times and 1,000 times more bloody. Yes. Feilun lowered his head and said, but the blood on his body became more and more intense. I didn't kill many people last time, and finally I can kill a lot this time. Chapter 460. Hum. The hum of the horn resounded through the sky. On the ground, there were several warlocks belonging to the eastern forces of the western regions. The holy sword was flying in mid-air, and the head of the Kraken family stood behind, and further in front, there were two figures standing in front of everyone. A man and a woman, both wearing white warlock robes, stood calmly in the sky, with a look of indifference, or arrogance that seemed to emanate from the bones. Is this the half-step 5-ring warlock of the Khmer family? As expected of a member of the Warlock Alliance, he can dispatch 2 half-step 5 rings so easily. The holy sword's throat moved slightly, showing even more awe to the Khmer family. At this time, the patriarch of the Kraken clan also watched this scene. Holy sword, you said that the heart of the abyss will not be eradicated by the Khmer family just because of such a thing. Vicky turned her head to look at her old friend and said with emotion. Probably not, after all, that's the heart of the abyss. Shang Jian frowned, and for some reason, he always felt a little bad. The army of the heart of the abyss has appeared. Suddenly, Vicky's voice came, and the holy sword looked towards the ground, and the green land in the distance suddenly turned into a piece of black and red. There were a large number of warlocks wearing the heart of the abyss warlock robes. Looking at these warlocks, Shang Jian was taken aback for a moment, and at this moment, the atmosphere became even stronger. But in the next second, 3 black and red auras rose from the sky in the heart of the abyss team, and then moved towards the 2 warlocks of the Khmer family in the front, full of bloodthirsty malice. Seeing this scene, Shang Jian's face changed drastically, and his pupils dilated. 3.5 steps and 5 rings? How can it be? We're in trouble. Vicky's expression became extremely ugly. Everyone underestimated the heart of the abyss. If the situation is not good today, maybe they won't be able to get out of here. Santa! What? All the coalition forces were defeated. The Lord of the Holy Sword Tower, Vicky of the Kraken family, and the half-step 5 rings of the 2 Khmer families all died on the battlefield. Luo Ye fell directly on the chair behind him, his whole body was so limp that he had no strength at all. Who would have thought that this war would have such a result? They're all dead, they're all dead. The corners of Luo Ye's mouth twitched, but the tears in the corners of his eyes had already flowed across his face, and the sadness in his eyes seemed to be unable to dissipate like a thick fog. To him, the holy sword is not only the master of the tower, but also his father. Heart of the abyss. Luo Ye gritted his teeth and read out these 4 words full of hatred. My lord, things have already happened. We should consider how to follow up. After killing many lords on the battlefield, the heart of the abyss will send troops to the east, and they will arrive in a few days. In front of him, a warlock also said with a sad face. Hearing this, Luo Ye closed his eyes. The failure of the war naturally has to bear the consequences, but no one expected that the consequences would be so serious this time, so people feel so astonished. The failure of the Holy Tower has become an established fact, but the road still has to go on, and the power is probably lost, but most of their power is still there. After thinking for a few minutes, Luo Ye sighed and said. Go to the Tower of Bloodline. However, the Tower of my Lord's Blood may not be able to resist it, or try to join the Khmer family, after all, it is a powerful force in the Warlock Alliance. Warlock suggested. No. Luo Ye stood up, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. Although the Khmer family is more powerful, the western region is not their main territory after all, and they have already suffered heavy losses, so it is unlikely that they will return here. We still join the Tower of Blood, which is currently the best choice, and if it is Lord Eli, maybe the situation will be a little different. Yes. Warlock nodded. Let's make arrangements. Luo Ye was filled with pain, and then he went to the window and took another look at this familiar city. He might never come back again. He didn't tell Warlock that there was another reason why he chose the Bloodline Tower. That's why he wanted revenge. Land of greenery. Hiss, is that an exaggeration? Eli opened his mouth wide as he looked at the information in front of him. The fighting power of the heart of the abyss is stronger than he imagined. This time, there are 3 half-step 5th rings, plus the dead Tumun and Cass, and Nello himself, which is already 6 people. Eli took a deep breath. I wanted the Khmer family to help Tantan, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. This time it's off. At this moment, the door opened, and Alida walked in, and said to Eli, Brother Eli, Santa, and the others sent someone to say that they want to join our bloodline tower. I'll ask for your opinion. Agree? Eli waved his hand. Yes. Alida nodded, and then left directly. Time is urgent now. Watching Alida leave, Eli came to the window, feeling uncertain about the future. The strength of the Heart of the Abyss was beyond everyone's expectations, and he was a little surprised. With so many half-step fifth rings, even he dared not say that he could definitely win. Moreover, the evil nature of Heart of the Abyss determines that it will definitely pose a huge threat to his current stable environment in the future, and he must deal with it. So, now we still have to wait for the success of the bloodline experiment or a breakthrough. Once one is successful, I will have enough strength to ensure stability. Eli's will gradually become firmer. Be patient and be patient. 3 days later. Eli saw Luoye again. However, compared to before, Luoye at this time has no activeness at all, only endless silence and sadness, and the desire for revenge. Looking at him, Eli patted his shoulder and didn't say anything. My lord will attack the Heart of the Abyss in the future. Luoye raised his head directly and asked abruptly. Wait. Eli looked at him and said calmly. Okay, then I will join the Tower of Bloodline Governance on behalf of the Holy Tower. Luoye knelt on one knee, showing his loyalty. Eli looked down at him, seeing the flames of vengeance burning in his eyes. The impact of this battle not only affected Luoye and Eli, the entire western region and even the world were slightly shaken. Everyone found that they underestimated the Heart of the Abyss and the western regions. The Khmer's family was even more angry, but they did not send warlocks to the western regions, because they could no longer bear the huge loss to the unknown Heart of the Abyss. Even the more advanced warlocks couldn't reach it because of the main forces. In the end, they just oppressed the Heart of the Abyss more, expressed strong condemnation, and asked the Heart of the Abyss to make up for the loss, but Nilo didn't make any sense. The Khmer's family was angry and helpless, and they couldn't do it. Recently it's over. Moreover, during the war, the territories belonging to the Holy Tower and the Yao family were all occupied. The Bloodline Tower has entered a state of alert, but fortunately, the Heart of the Abyss seems to have just shown off its fighting power this time, and then fell into silence. And Eli's experiments are still going on, and progress has been made during this time. Reached 97%. It was at this time that something Eli didn't expect happened. Nilo made a move. Chapter 461. Recently, the Heart of the Abyss has had a lot of friction with us. Didn't the Twilight Monitor lizard family be destroyed before? Normally, it should belong to an unowned area, and we naturally want to get a share of it, but it has already been destroyed there. If you are occupied by the Heart of the Abyss and want a territory, then let my lord go to the Heart of the Abyss to talk to Nilo. In the Wizard's Tower, Alida looked at Eli with an ugly expression. Forget it, no more. Eli replied. No more. Alida raised her head in surprise. No, this matter is over, let them. Eli nodded. He also didn't expect that Nero would start to act just a few months later. But this is actually not like preparing to attack the Heart of the Abyss, but more like beating Eli. This time I endured it. The experiment has not been successful, and Eli still has work to do. The new calendar is 4,790 years. It has been a year since the last war. This year, in the eastern part of the western regions, something happened in the former Sokka family area and now the Bloodline Tower area. There is a large magic stone mine on the edge of the Sokka family. With the Bloodline Tower guarding it, it was invaded and occupied by warlocks who were already at the Heart of the Abyss but were surrounded by the Holy Tower. More than a dozen people died in the Bloodline Tower. This was a huge insult to the Bloodline Tower, but the choice of the Bloodline Tower was also beyond everyone's expectations. They did not send troops, but chose to remain silent. The Bloodline Tower endured? Everyone was taken aback, but thinking of the power of the Heart of the Abyss, everyone understood. However, it is understandable, but the news about Eli's weakness and the cowardice of the Bloodline Tower also spread in the western regions. For a while, the Heart of the Abyss rose in momentum in the western regions, and the warlocks of the Bloodline Tower warlocks also felt extremely aggrieved. Eli knew of course, but he still didn't explain. But this year, his experiment progress rose again, reaching 98%. It will take time. Eli said calmly, but he was still a little upset about the outside world's evaluation. Another 3 years. In the past 3 years, the Heart of the Abyss has not stopped beating the Tower of Blood. Even the area of the Saka family has been annexed by 1/5 of the area. The condemnation of the weakness of the Bloodline Tower and Eli also flooded in like a tide. Although the forces under the Bloodline Tower were not affected much, they were still a little uneasy. Some forces even turned their heads to see that the situation was wrong, and even joined the heart of the abyss. Eli still ignored it, but the progress of the experiment was 99% at this time. Eli stood outside the window, looking across the space at Blood City. The city is still prosperous, but the atmosphere is obviously not as good as before. Even the number of caravans has decreased to some extent, which is due to the special situation of the western regions. From everyone's point of view, once the heart of the abyss attacks the Tower of Bloodlines, the Tower of Bloodlines will collapse in a short period of time, and then be occupied by the heart of the abyss. Everyone is not optimistic about the future of the Bloodline Tower. In fact, it is not that no one has teased Eli over the years. A year ago, the Kami's family secretly sent someone over, telling them that they could provide support and ask Eli to launch a war against the Tower of Blood, but Eli refused, and the warlocks of the Hamis family looked at Eli with contempt. Take a look and leave. They probably thought Eli was a coward too. Soon, Eli returns to the lab to continue his experiments. It's time to finish. Another year. In the lab, Eli closed his eyes, and behind him the true spirit and the blood body were entwined and fused together. Illusion and reality collide, and the fusion of the two is getting closer and closer to the limit. The power of blood and true spirit erupted suddenly, and everything in the laboratory suddenly exploded, and Eli's body began to tremble extremely fast, but he still didn't stop, he just persisted, or he was looking for it. Suddenly, Eli suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a bright silver light in his eyes. I found it! Eli suddenly spoke up. In the next second, a bright light bloomed behind him, and the true spirit and the Bloodline Tower, which had already stepped into the door, suddenly stepped through the final node and merged. The bloodline body gradually disappeared, the true spirit body gradually became staring, black scales gradually appeared, the transparent true spirit was gradually filled with shadows, and the eyes turned into red gold like a shadow dragon. Even behind the true spirit, a pair of huge wings appeared. True spirit bloodline. Eli felt stronger than ever. Under the bloodline's true spirit body, he felt that the real spirit could provide the bloodline with continuous power, and the bloodline made the real spirit tiger no longer illusory, and stared at it. I can beat the top 10, and this state is much stronger than I thought. Eli was delighted that hundreds of years of hard work had finally come to fruition. And I'm sure I've cleared Nello, everything should be over. Eli stood up, even though the laboratory suffered heavy losses, he did not hide his excitement. Bearing the burden of humiliation, this day has finally come. Nello. Eli grinned, just about to go out, but at the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes crossed the sky, and then his eyes were instantly illuminated by a golden light, and then a powerful, desolate will came instantly. Will poured into Eli's body, and Eli's consciousness gradually collapsed. At the last moment before falling asleep, he activated all the concealment circles nearby. City of Blood. Alita was dealing with something, but suddenly felt a throbbing in her blood. She immediately went to the window and looked towards the sky. In the sky as far as the eye could see, the sea of clouds was rolling, countless golden lights enveloped the sky, and a huge and ancient will enveloped the world. Even just looking at it, Alita felt a palpitation. The will of the world is coming. Alita's voice trembled, her eyes were filled with disbelief. Dawn City. Hey, the seal is about to succeed, maybe a grand blood sacrifice is needed now. Nilo said proudly. Since the last war, both the Warlock Alliance and the Bloodline Tower have stopped, and he finally has the energy to deal with the seal. Now it has reached the decisive stage. Eli, you're just a coward. Nilo stretched his body. In the next second, a touch of gold came from the window, and he turned his head to look, his eyes gradually widening. Feeling that terrifying will, Nilo's soul couldn't help but tremble, and even felt that his soul was beginning to be hurt, and his heart was even more horrified. The will of the world came, what happened? Did something major happen? No, someone should have created a new path. Nilo hid in the shadows, avoiding the light, and did not dare to go out. He couldn't figure out how the will of the world would come down now. I hope it doesn't affect me. Nello gasped, feeling a little worried for the first time in decades. Greenfield. All the elves also raised their heads and looked at the sky. Erwin also opened his mouth wide. The will of the world is coming. It's been a long time since the Great War. It seems that some creatures have done amazing things. The moon elf worshipped the ancestors and sighed. This is the first time I've seen it. Alwyn looked at the golden color in the sky, and at the statue of Eli in the distance, which was also emitting light slightly, as if resonating. Is it related to you, my lord? Alwyn gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with waves. Not only the elves, but other races also raised their heads, feeling a familiar and powerful will. Dragon, the Dragon King Giovanni raised his head, feeling the direction of the light. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Did I hit the mark? This is too outrageous. His eyes were dull. In that direction, he could only think of one person. Eli. Is this your experiment? At this moment, he realized that the joke he had made with Eli had actually come true. It's my fault. Giovanni chuckled, then fell asleep again. He is very happy. No further experiments are required. Chapter 462. Bright light sprinkled every inch of the wizarding world. Whether it is the sky, the inaccessible mountains, the desolate plateau, or even the ground, the extreme north, and the ocean that occupies 2/3 of the world are all shrouded by the will of the world at this moment. Bottom of the abyss. The Barlow flame demons hid in their eyes in panic, while the inferior demons and great demons hid in the grottos. Many unlucky ones were trampled to death because of the crowd of demons. One by one, the demon kings also raised their heads and looked at the top of the abyss, with expressions of horror on their faces. All the powerful demons felt the familiar atmosphere, as if recalling the years once dominated by the wizarding world, the era full of blood, tears, and fear. It's the will of the world coming, it's as disgusting as ever. In the depths of the abyss, in a black and red palace made of obsidian, a figure sat on a high throne, opened his golden eyes and looked at the sky. She has a tall figure, with 2 black and red curved horns on her head, and her body looks like a human being. Although there are black and red patterns all over, this just covers her seductive figure. At this time, a demon walked into the palace in the distance, bowed his head and said respectfully, "Your Majesty the Demon Heart King, the riots have stopped. It should be someone in the human world who triggered the will of the world to come down, and it should have no effect on our plan." "I know, let's go." She nodded and waved away the demon. After the demon left, she glanced at the sky, and then fell into a deep sleep again. She is more concerned about the situation in the heart of the abyss than my world will come soon. The land of the extreme north. The howling wind blocked the sky. In the vast expanse of whiteness, stands a wizard tower several kilometers away. On the top of the wizard tower, in a dark room, a figure sat calmly on the ground in the center. It was a propped-up black sorcerer's robe. Under the sorcerer's robe, there were icy white bones and icy spiritual flames that burned like flames. Suddenly, the fireworks suddenly lit up, and the whole skeleton seemed to wake up suddenly. Quack quack! The white head turned and saw the light of external orders. The will of the world has come. It seems that someone has made a major discovery this time, or created a new path. It's great. A muddy voice sounded, and then he got up slowly, came to the window, and looked out the window. In the vast expanse of whiteness, black dots can be seen, which are warlocks who are struggling to advance, and their vitality is dying. Very well, more and more warlocks are coming. As long as this continues, there will be more and more liches, and soon I can return to the main continent and take back everything that belongs to us. When the time comes, I will reshape this world and reverse this twisted world. This warlock who triggered the will of the world, I can also pretend to be a lich at that time." The Lich King thought, but within a few seconds, he shook his head and sighed. "Since I created the path of the lich thousands of years ago and triggered the will of the world, I thought it should be a broad road, a better path for wizards, but as time went on, I felt that my body was getting more and more dark. One day I will sink into it completely, but unfortunately I have no other choice. The moment I embarked on the path of a wizard, I was out of luck as a warlock, and I had no choice. But is it really right to convert everyone into this?" The Lich King raised his head slowly, his will wavering. After a full few days, his body shook slightly, and then his will gradually strengthened, and he strode back to the room. No, he was right. Wrong is the world. When the teacher taught him the way of wizards, he told him that this is the world of wizards. "Teacher, he will support me, even if he is dead." There was a chuckle, and the room was plunged into darkness. Deep sea. In a palace. Exquisite face, snow-white skin, sparkling tail. Laura was wearing the crown that belonged to Her Majesty the Mermaid, and holding the newly recaptured mermaid scepter in her hand, sitting on the huge shell throne in the palace. Beside him was the dignified mother, the former mermaid queen, and in the palace were dozens of strong men from the mermaid clan. Your Majesty, all the tribes of the mermaid clan have been taken back. The next step is to return to the clan land and take back everything that once belonged to us. A Murloc stood up and said. Yet. Laura nodded. But suddenly, all the Murlocs looked up as if they sensed something. The golden light shines into the sea, and the majestic will of the world is like a god. The will of the world is coming. Laura looked at the sky with a surprised expression, but in the next second, as if sensing something, she suddenly looked into the clothes and took out a statue. The statue was trembling too. Seeing the statue tremble, Laura looked a little excited. Is it you? Joy and joy flashed in Laura's eyes, and hundreds of thousands of promises flashed in her mind. However, the statue only flickered and then did not move, as if there was nothing. Not yet, but it should be soon. Laura smiled. The female queen looked at the statue, her eyes flickered, as if recalling something. After a few minutes, everything dissipated. Laura put away the statue, looked at the mermaid below, and said. Order all the gathered Murlocs to set off towards the deep sea. Laura's voice was powerful. She didn't forget the agreement, at least she couldn't be slow. Only when she returns to the clan land can she be considered the real mermaid queen. The outside world is disturbing Eli, but he doesn't know it. A few days later, Eli, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes. Hiss, I really didn't expect it to actually attract the will of the world. Eli scratched his head, then stood up from the ground. Standing up, he felt the benefits brought to him by the will of the world this time. It's really a big harvest. Eli closed his eyes, feeling what he had gained. There are 3 in total. One is the world's attention. Although this seems useless, I'm afraid it will be needed in the future. Of course, if the world is threatened, I may be able to use part of the world's power. Eli smiled, very happy about this. After all, it is extremely rare to be noticed by the world. However, compared to the other 2 gains, it still has a lot less effect on me now. Eli sank into his body again, feeling the power of the elements flowing rapidly in his body. Both his affinity for elements and his absorption of elements were almost twice as high as before. His wizard talent went directly from the 2nd class to the 1st class, and even the top class in the 1st class. You must know that it has been thousands of years since the last time his talent was improved. Since then, his talent has hardly been improved, but this time the will of the world came, but this step was taken care of. Cool. Eli was overjoyed. His talent has improved, and he has improved in all aspects, which is a great thing for him. But Eli was not too happy, because compared to this, Eli's 3rd harvest was even more terrifying. As the pioneer of the blood spirit body, the first person to completely integrate the path of the wizard and the path of the warlock, the power of using the blood spirit body has almost doubled. Eli pursed his lips, feeling his heart beating a little faster. Although he had never fought before, after a faint perception of it, Eli also knew that once the blood spirit body was fused, his combat power would be almost dozens of times that of before. Now let's do this again, there is no opponent under the 5th ring. Not even Nilo. Looks like it's time to sort everything out. His eyes gradually lit up, he had endured the heart of the abyss for a long time. It's time to end it all. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. After sensing the arrival, Eli opened his mouth and said. The door opened, and Alida walked in, looked at Eli and said, My lord, you haven't shown up for the past few days. I thought you were the one who did this incident. I was shocked. No, I don't know what caused it, I have been doing experiments. Eli shook his head, before waking up just now, the land of greenery was closed. That's good. Alida nodded. Oh, is there anything else? Eli asked. No, I just wanted to see my lord, and the heart of the abyss occupied the Sokka family before, and they occupied a mining area again. It's not a big deal. Alida said casually. According to his recent understanding of Eli, adults will not take this matter to heart. Then declare war. Eli turned his head and changed the subject. Destroy the heart of the abyss. Chapter 463. What? The exclamation suddenly came from the wizard tower, and Alida couldn't help taking a few steps back, looking at Eli in front of her. As before, Eli's face didn't change at all, but this time, his tone was so sure and tough, expressing his thoughts. But declare war? Alita was a little shocked, but there was also a flash of excitement in her eyes. Because since decades ago, the power of the Heart of the Abyss has grown stronger, and there have been hundreds of frictions with them, but every time they choose to endure, there is no resistance. Even the outside world gradually thinks that Eli is a weak and timid warlock. But only she knows why adults are like this. Although he is cautious, he is always courageous, resolute, and confident. He will never be afraid of any threat, at least in the past years, every time Eli smashes the arrival of a powerful enemy. Without Eli, there would be nothing about her, and nothing about the Tower of Bloodlines. Naturally, she is a staunch supporter of Eli, and it is difficult to face the slander from the outside world. After all, no one likes their admirers to be scolded every day. Therefore, when Eli said that the Heart of the Abyss was destroyed at this moment, Alita's heart was extremely complicated, both melancholy and excited. The sad thing was that the Abyss heart was too strong, and the excited thing was that the adults cheered up. My lord, although I really want to destroy the Heart of the Abyss, but at present, the high-end combat power of the Heart of the Abyss is too terrifying. Will this? Alita hesitated. Believe me. Alita looked at Alita and said calmly. Sensing Eli's gaze, Alita trembled. Good. Let's make arrangements, and take out all the war reserves accumulated for hundreds of years, as well as war airships, which have not been used since they were refined, as well as other war witches and potions. It's time for Heart of the Abyss to experience what a real ancient war is and what a wizard is. Within a week, I'm going to meet a bloodline tower that's ready for war. Eli smiled. Yes. Alita also smiled. She has seen those war weapons, and understands how powerful those big guys are. I'm afraid it will be hit by dimensionality reduction. After Alita left, Eli left the green land and entered the vast mountains behind him. It's not that he was idle and bored wandering around, he just wanted to test the blood spirit body, which was also Eli's new name for the bloodline true spirit body. Soon, he came to the deepest part of the mountain, where it was ensured that there were no humans. It's here. Eli glanced around, and then the bloodline and true spirit body were activated immediately. The illusory real spirit body and blood veins emerged from behind Eli at the same time. The two figures merged at a rapid speed. The huge dragon wings spread out, casting darkness like the ground. The blood body gradually disappeared, the true spirit body gradually became solid, black scales gradually appeared, the transparent true spirit was gradually filled with shadows, and the eyes turned into red gold like a shadow dragon. Boom! The air was torn apart, and elements raged around the blood spirit body like a storm. Although the true spirit fused with the bloodline real body is only less than 200 meters away, or even less than a fraction of the bloodline real body, the powerful aura it exudes is several times stronger than before. So strong! Eli felt his own strength at this moment, which was an unprecedented feeling. Test it! Eli stretched out his hand slightly, and the blood spirit behind him also raised his hand. A faint light like a firefly lit up in his hand. It's just a test, don't dare to take too much. In the next second, the rays of light flew towards the hundreds of meters high mountains in the distance. There was no roar, and no earth-shattering movement. But when a light spot fell into the mountain peak, the entire mountain seemed to be wiped away by a touch of power. The shadow instantly swallowed it and disappeared on the ground, and even a large pit several hundred meters appeared on the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Eli gasped twice. How fucking outrageous! He felt almost useless. If it is said that the combat power of a single bloodline body should be more than 3.5 graph gates, and the true spirit body should be at 6 graph gates, then the blood spirit body, plus the blessing of the world's will, should have at least 50. Eli told himself after evaluating it, I was even more shocked. The main reason is that the leap is too big, so big that he is a little confused. Of course, the blessing of the will of the world played an important role, but even if it didn't, 25 times that would be a terrifying statistic, which isn't what Siwan should have. No, these are the results of my hard work. Eli smiled, then headed back towards the greenery. Steady! After Eli left, a few kilometers away, a half-step 5-ringed mountain devil bear trembled out of the ground, looking at the terrifying traces in the distance. Just now he sensed the entry of human beings, originally intended to kill them, but just after the breath was released, he felt extremely terrified, and then came the next scene. Is this really human? Or is it that I haven't been out for a few years, and the warlock is already like this? Is it the fifth ring? The mountain range demon bear felt that his blood had froze. Thanks to his slow shot. No, I can't stay here anymore, I have to stay away from here. The half-step five-ringed demon bear staggered and ran deeper into the mountains. The earth shook. Time flies. Eli sensed power in the wizard's tower, but everyone else moved quickly. Alida, the Tower of Blood, began to summon warlocks, and then secretly prepared all the resources of the airship. Nicholas went to the territory of the Green Dragon clan, and began to bring Eli's order with the Dragon King Giovanni, even if it was Eli of the elf family. The Avatar also woke up again, and began to let Elwyn summon the high-end combat power of various races. For fighting, he also has his own set of theories. That is to use the strong to bully the weak, to fight the few with the more. So this time, Eli mobilized everyone. Don't care about whether you need it or not, but you have to prepare it first. Even Liliana, Jinji, and the leaders of all other small forces, Eli also began to gather and started secret meetings. Since there was going to be a fight, Eli thought that the heart of the abyss would still be there after this war. It's really unpleasant to have a demon around. All this time Eli chose to take the initiative. In fact, logically speaking, he usually would not take the initiative, because it is for the sake of stability, but this time it is different, it is also for the sake of stability, but this time it is to first solve the objects that may be unstable, and solve the problem from the source. Eli is ready. And there is another important purpose, which is to lift Niall's skull violently. Endure it for so many years. Really upset. Chapter 464. Naturally, large-scale deployment of troops cannot be concealed from other forces. Soon, many other forces also discovered the changes in the Bloodline Tower. Although they didn't know what they were going to do, they all became nervous one by one. Eastern-Western regions. Many forces gathered together to discuss this matter together. Since the last war between the Bloodline Tower and the East, the forces here except the Sokka family area, the other families have basically taken refuge in the heart of the abyss, and they have been beating the Bloodline Tower, so everyone is very nervous at this time. Even the complexion is a little wrong. At this time, an old man in a black warlock robe stood up, looked at the crowd and said calmly, "Everyone, I'm very glad that everyone can come. We gathered together this time for only one purpose, and that is to deal with the change of the Bloodline Tower this time. Does anyone know the inside story?" Hearing the old man's words, the others raised their heads and spoke one by one. In this regard, the Bloodline Tower has done a good job of concealment, and the news has not been leaked in the slightest, but whether it is the gathered warlocks or the large amount of resources mobilized, it shows that the Bloodline Tower may have a big move this time, but I don't know what to do against it. "Who?" a warlock said. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" The warlock next to him glanced at him and said, "I found that most of the power masters under the command of the Bloodline Tower went to the Bloodline Tower secretly and stayed for a long time before leaving. With so many warlocks gathered, and in combination with the current situation, if there is going to be a war, if you look around the western regions, you will either attack the heart of the abyss, or you can only attack the green fields further north. The green field is unlikely, there are many alien races gathered there, there are many powerful creatures, and the benefits are too low, so I think that the Tower of Bloodline is probably going to attack the heart of the abyss." As soon as the warlock finished speaking, there was an uproar in the meeting instantly. At this moment, the old man at the front spoke again. He shook his head and denied, "I don't think it's possible. The heart of the abyss is far stronger than the Bloodline Tower, and based on Eli's previous performance, he dared not confront the heart of the abyss head-on. I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to do such a thing." "Matter? Really? It seems to be the same, but Eli is so-so. He hasn't done anything in the past few decades. I think his previous fame is all blown out of it." Many young warlocks nodded in agreement. They had never seen Eli appear as a saint, and with their performance over the years, they naturally thought that Eli was blown out like many famous warlocks. However, don't be afraid of what happens. Although it is impossible for the Tower of Bloodline to attack the heart of the abyss, it is not guaranteed to attack the east. Therefore, after you return to the forces, you should prepare defenses just in case. Looking at the reactions of everyone, the old man smiled and continued. "That's natural." A group of people smiled, but the previous tension was gone. "Because this is just a matter of caution. After an analysis, no one thinks that the bloodline tower will attack them. After all, the heart of the abyss is not a vegetarian. Does Eli have the guts? Dawn City. What? The bloodline tower has the guts. Niall frowned, looking at the warlock, who was also the head of the intelligence department. Yes, my lord, it started a week ago, and we predict that there is a 30% probability that their target is us. Warlock said respectfully. 30%. Hearing this number, Nilo frowned. But a few seconds later, a sneer appeared on his face, and he said, the probability is not small, but with the current bloodline tower? Hehe, I don't believe it, but I really hope that he will attack us, so my plan may be successful. One step is in place, at least the blood sacrifice will not need to worry about being discovered. But, as he was talking, Nilo suddenly changed the subject, but if it's Eli, it's not impossible. That person looks timid, but judging from the confrontation over the years, it's not impossible. A simple man, an absolute old coin. Rumors and gossips are often spread by Nilo, and other people believe it, but Nilo will not take it seriously, at least those forces that underestimated Eli have long been wiped out. Pass down the order, and the forces on the edge of the heart of the abyss will prepare for me. If he doesn't come, I will keep him for a while. If he comes, then don't blame me. Nilo ordered. Just kidding, it's good to look up to Eli, but doesn't he think they will lose? Eli alone? LOL. Following the conference of Eastern forces and Niall's decision, almost all forces moved into action. A large number of warlocks were relocated to the border, and many forces even directly activated the war warning. For a while, the western regions were like a powder keg, almost leading the way. My lord, everything is ready and on standby at any time. In the bloodline tower, Alida was wearing a silver warlock robe, lowering her head to Alida. Very good, is the regional discussion on the first round of offense settled? Eli nodded and asked. My lord, I'm ready. Alida took out a map, which was roughly divided into 3 parts, one part is the north and the west, the other part is the heart of the abyss in the east, and the heart of the abyss in the south. At this time, red circles have been drawn on the edge of the 2 areas, as well as inside, which are the key points of the 2 forces. Well, it's not bad. Eli nodded, Alida was still very attentive in her work. Then 3 days later, the whole army will attack, occupy these areas according to the combat strategy, and launch a declaration of war on the heart of the abyss at the same time. Eli said. Okay, my lord. Alida nodded, but she said with some hesitation, my lord, are we really going to declare war on the heart of the abyss? There must be a reason, always. The reason is that the heart of the abyss erodes our power and conspires against the bloodline tower. Eli interrupted Alida and said directly. Good. The corners of Alida's mouth twitched and she nodded. Although this reason is sloppy, it is not impossible, but she feels that there must be a deeper reason, otherwise it would be impossible to start a war like this. Adults must have their own considerations. I can just do my own thing well. Alida shook her head, stepped back and said, okay, then I'll make arrangements first, my lord. Seeing the back of Alida leaving, Eli returned to the wizard's tower. He should continue to adapt to the blood spirit body, he won't need to make a move in a short time. 3 days later. Under the night. In the sky, hundreds of airships slowly left the area of the bloodline tower and set off towards several forces. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of warlocks gathered finally knew their purpose. Kill the heart of the abyss. Chapter 465. In the night, the coded airship is like a ghost in the sky, setting off towards the predetermined destinations, and inside, there are warlocks. The warlocks performed their duties in an orderly manner. In one of the airships, Vivica, who took the initiative to participate in the war, stood in the front of the airship. How far is it from the target? Vivica asked the warlock beside her. There is still an hour. Warlock Hui reported on the side. It's too slow, speed up, and order the team to increase the height, so as not to be discovered. Vivica frowned and said. Yes. Warlock nodded hurriedly, then contacted other airships immediately. There are still 2 hours before the joint attack, which is enough. Vivica judged the time. Although the teams were scattered, everyone's tentative time was the same. And compared to Warcraft, airships at an altitude of tens of kilometers are almost impossible to detect. I don't know how powerful this big guy is. She patted the silver bulkhead beside her, feeling a lot of relief at the solid touch. Although I haven't seen the specific combat effectiveness, I believe it will not be bad. Time passed little by little, and an hour later, the airship arrived at the target, one of the core cities in the heart of the abyss in the south, a very important node. Hidden, wait for the general attack. Vivica stretched out her hand, signaling the airship team to stop. Soon, the airship stopped in the air as if stationary, and the warlocks were ready for the first round of attack, manipulating the airship one by one with nervous faces. The atmosphere in the airship became tense all of a sudden, even Vivica couldn't help being infected, her eyes were looking at the alchemy clock beside her from time to time, watching the time go by little by little. Tick-tock. Suddenly, with another round of rotation, Vivica suddenly made a sound. The time is up, lower the altitude and launch an attack. Hum. The tense strings suddenly relaxed, and the next second, a loud noise sounded. With the landing of the airship, the sound like a horn resounded through the sky, and many airships woke up like sleeping behemoths, and then showed their turbulent momentum. Like mountains and seas. Rock shattering. At this time, the city on the ground. City wall. A group of warlocks stood sentry on the tower. Suddenly, one of the warlocks said, "Did you hear any sound?" Sound? Is there a sound? The warlock at the side yawned and looked at him suspiciously. The others also glanced at him, and some even ran directly to the front. The blood of the owls was instantly activated, and looked into the distance and the sky hundreds of meters away. Nothing was there. No. After the investigation, the warlock turned to these people. Then it's fine. Warlocks relaxed a lot. Since the influence of the Bloodline Tower some time ago, the whole city has not only imposed a curfew, but also entered a state of war alert, and there have been people patrolling and observing. Everyone settled down. But in the next second, everyone stood up at the same time, because they also heard the buzzing. It's not right. A warlock shouted loudly, and then ran directly outside. After walking out of the tower, he realized that the city had been fully awakened at this time. Countless lights illuminated the city, and warlocks stood outside, looking at the sky with serious faces. Is there something aloft? Warlock froze for a moment, then raised his head, and his mouth gradually opened wide. Just kidding. Warlock's voice trembled. In the sky, dozens of airships are entrenched in the sky, completely occupying the sky, and they are still gradually landing, only a dozen kilometers away from the city. In the middle of the sky, no wonder they didn't find it. Warlock's throat moved slightly. He stood there blankly, looking at the sky, curious about what this was and how they should deal with it. Bold, this is the heart of the abyss. In the distance, more than a dozen three-ring warlocks flew towards the sky. The adults of the third ring have made a move. Warlock stared at this scene with wide eyes. Caw caw caw. What sound? Hearing the sound that suddenly came into his ears, the warlock looked at the airship here, and suddenly the outside of the airship's coating cracked, and the mechanical devices moved one by one, and countless elemental barrels were derived from it. The largest one was even close to 7 or 8 meters in diameter. I rely on. The warlock's eyes widened. Not only him, but other warlocks also stared blankly at this scene. In the next second, the birds and beasts scattered, and the warlocks opened their defenses one after another, and the dozens of three rings immediately stopped going up, and instead changed direction and fled towards the distance. Late. In the airship, Vivica watched this scene and ordered. Fire. A large amount of energy reserves were consumed, and the elements of several kilometers around were suddenly extracted, and countless elements poured into the element cannon, like light spots one by one. And dozens of airships add up to hundreds of such barrels. In the next second, rays of light bloomed, and one after another Guangzhou raged towards the ground. Ah! The sorcerer's eyes were about to burst, and he directly grabbed it to one side. From the corner of his vision, the dozen or so three-ringed adults melted into the light like the first snow, and they didn't even struggle too much. And then, there was a roar like an earthquake, and the whole city was instantly bombarded. Countless elements of light were gathered together by the elemental cannons to explode with the strongest power, and the radiance even plunged the whole city into daylight in an instant. Even tens of kilometers away, the light can be seen. The warlocks in the city also tried to resist, but they couldn't organize an effective resistance at all. Of course, the city also deployed flying monsters in advance. But the warlock just cast a glance and saw that the Warcraft Legion in the distance was in a mess amidst the roar, like a vegetable market, and it was almost impossible to command. let alone resist. Airship? So this is the real Sky team? The warlock hid in the corner, curled up, with a look of fear on his face. For the first time, he felt that they were being crushed. This is not what they should face at all. Everyone is flying warcraft? You Sky airship, this is too bullying. At this time, with the passage of time, the attack gradually slowed down, and at this time the city was almost destroyed, and tens of thousands of people died in this round of attack, but they couldn't even match the power of the Sky, which makes them passively beaten. Finished. Seeing the surrounding roar gradually dissipate, Warlock breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky and was not attacked. But when the humming came again, he raised his head and saw the light of another round of accumulated elemental cannons. The expression on his face slowly solidified, and the despair in his heart was also rapidly accumulating. Bully people! The warlock cursed aggrievedly. Boom! In the next second, a white light suddenly descended and wiped the warlock away. Elemental cannons are raging on this dilapidated city again. And it's not just here, the same light is lit up in dozens of places in the western region at the same time, as if looking down from the sky, you can see the light one by one, like a grand firework. I don't know how many forces are shocked by it. And almost every battlefield has a crushing advantage. When the airship suddenly descends and the elemental cannon is erected, even the three-ring warlock cannot resist at all. This is the real large-scale war witch weapon, the flesh and blood butcher. And in the Tower of Blood, Eli stood on the wizard tower, and his silver eyes observed all this through space. Seeing that everything has settled down, he smiled. I thought it would be smooth, but I didn't expect it to be this smooth. In just a few rounds of attacks, these sites have almost completely fallen. This also means that the first round of offensive is over, and only waiting for ground forces to occupy these areas. Of course, there is another thing that needs to be told and thoroughly publicized. Declaration of war. Looking at the moonlight in the sky, Eli laughed and returned to the wizard tower. This is just the beginning. P.S. Ask for a monthly ticket at the end of the month. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Plead. Chapter 466. Moonlight disappears. When the first ray of dawn shines on every city that has been ravaged. Looking down at the ruins of the city and the remaining warlocks let out a heartfelt mournful cry, and felt even more terrified in their hearts. Fortunately, it's over, I'm still alive. A warlock was seriously injured, lying among the ruins, looking at the corpse of his colleague not far away. But at this moment, the ground began to tremble, and fine dust jumped up and down on the ground. The warlock turned his head and saw a large number of black spots appearing on the ground in the distance. They were the Warlock Legion like an ocean, and the flag was the symbol of the Bloodline Tower. At this moment, Warlock suddenly realized, but his mood also fell directly to the bottom. The Tower of Blood, they actually dare to attack the heart of the abyss. The Warlock cursed in pain, completely devastated. Just when the Warlock Legion silently occupied these cities that had been ravaged. With the dawn, the first round of the Bloodline Tower operation and the declaration of war on the heart of the abyss have also spread in the western regions. In the eastern part of the western regions, all the forces gathered together again, but at this time, everyone was no longer as relaxed as before. On the contrary, everyone's face was extremely ugly. Overnight, 361 cities fell, and they declared war on the heart of the abyss. The old man in charge gritted his teeth, his face full of disbelief. The others trembled when they heard the number, and then lowered their heads again, their bodies trembling slightly. The purpose of my calling everyone here this time is also very clear, that is to discuss together what we should do next and what to do. The old man's low-spirited warlock spoke again. My lord, what can we do? You have also received yesterday's news. A warlock raised his head and said bitterly. Hearing what the warlock said, the others slowly opened their mouths. That's right, I haven't seen the Tower of Blood, it's fucking outrageous, I was in that city at the time, shit, when those airships came. Our people couldn't even resist, the firepower was too terrifying. I agree, the Flying Warcraft Legion can't even resist, it's not a level at all. It's outrageous, so this is the Airship Legion? It used to be the method of wizards. The warlocks talked about the information they got, which made everyone's mood drop again and again. According to intelligence, with the support of powerful sky power, it is really difficult for them to do anything to the already powerful Bloodline Tower, unless it is a warlock of the true spirit level, but there are no bloodline towers for warlocks of that level. You don't need to worry too much. The airship is powerful, but it is the high-end combat power that really determines the war. The heart of the abyss is obvious to all, so there is no need to really worry, we will not lose. But everyone should go back and prepare, this time the war may last for a long time. The old man spoke again and comforted him. Everyone nodded when they heard it. This is actually, although the situation is not good, but no one would think that they will lose, but the price may be tragic, just wait for the news from the heart of the abyss. What? 361 cities fell overnight. Eli also declared war on us. In Dawn City, in a conference room, he roared angrily, his eyes seemed to be eating people. All the high-level people present at the heart of the abyss, but no one dared to speak at this time, even a few half-step fifth rings who had been promoted silently lowered their heads. The anger lasted for a few minutes, and Nilo poured out all his dirty words. After more than 10 seconds, he stopped, gritted his teeth and said, if this is the case, then kill a person whose blood will flow thousands of miles, and his soul will chase after thousands of miles. If Eli wants to fight, then let him see how powerful we are. It just so happens that the western regions also need a unified force. Darkness and bloodthirsty flashed in Nilo's eyes. Although he was angry, he was faintly excited. Everyone was not surprised to hear Nile's words, after all, it was very Nile. However, someone also raised an opinion. It was the minister in charge of intelligence. He reminded in a low voice, my lord, according to our current intelligence, the airship legion of the Bloodline Tower is completely crushing our Warcraft Legion, and at this time the Bloodline Tower, the combat power of the middle and lower divisions, is no worse than ours. But at this moment, Nilo was full of the hidden benefits brought to him by the war, so he just waved his hands and said, that's the reason for the small number of monsters. In addition to their sneak attacks, the heart of the abyss cannot be defeated. The Minister of Intelligence really wanted to refute, but seeing Nilo's eyes and the excited expressions of several half-step Wuhuan adults, he silently lowered his head. These adults are too confident, even if they win in the end, they will definitely not feel good. Not only here, but all forces have also received a response. Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Jinji's eyes lit up, and regardless of the objections of his subordinates, he waved his hand and said, give me a secret resource of 3 million magic stones to the Tower of Blood. Since Eli wants to fight, I naturally have to express it. Charm Mansion. Liliana ordered her subordinates to investigate the information, and then shared it with the Bloodline Tower. Middle Domain. The Kami's family also received the message. The Patriarch frowned and said, wait, the Tower of Bloodline will definitely lose, we have to insert it at the right time, and then enter the western regions to be an aureole. Different parties reacted differently. Even the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce and the Charming Mansion only dared to support it secretly. Although many other forces were shocked by the first round, they undoubtedly favored the heart of the abyss in the end. Even if it is temporarily damaged, no one doubts the fighting power of heart of the abyss. And there is another very important thing, that is, Eli has no record against the half-step fifth ring, which is also an important reason why everyone is not optimistic. Many people even think that this is just a resistance, to prevent being eroded too much, and Eli will take the initiative to negotiate before the next. At this time, Eli issued the second order at the meeting. Initiate a second round of attack. Time passed little by little. The legions in the heart of the abyss quickly gathered, and hundreds of battlefields were instantly ignited. What everyone didn't expect was that when the airship troops arrived, even a large number of monster legions would hardly be able to resist, and the sky was almost occupied by the Bloodline Tower. There is no doubt about the importance of air support, not to mention the airship corps with powerful firepower, and when the war arrived, everyone discovered that the Blood Tower warlocks were equipped with witch weapons and potions. This made the two parties with almost the same basic strength actually present a one-sided situation, and the heart of the abyss was defeated at a speed that no one could have imagined. In just 1 week, hundreds of cities were defeated again. Dawn City, Nilo looked angrily at the battle report of the past week, his eyes almost killed the intelligence minister in front of him. My lord, the strength of the Bloodline Tower has already surpassed ours. Even if it is a true spirit level, the Bloodline Tower that occupies half of the western region is no worse than us. He felt that he had overestimated the combat power of the Bloodline Tower, but when he was on the battlefield, he realized that they had still underestimated the bloodline tower, witchcraft, airships, and potions, which were invincible like a trident, completely against their army. Crushing suppression. And this kind of war situation also made everyone feel confused. Because they have never encountered this kind of enemy before, nor have they fought this kind of war. A little too advanced? They couldn't resist for a while. At this moment, they finally felt the fear of the wizard's enemies. What are they facing? The corner of Nilo's mouth twitched, and a lazy voice came from his mind. I have faced the Wizard Legion, and its combat power is top-notch even in the multiverse. Even if it is only a weakened version, the Warlock Legion is no match at all. Send high-end combat power. Hearing the advice from the devil in his mind, Nilo also calmed down, but he also felt a burst of pain. So in the eyes of the devil, are warlocks inferior to wizards? Not even the low-profile version? Really hit people? He slowed down for more than 10 seconds before he sighed, feeling powerless, and said, "Let Sauron go to the most frontal battlefield first. Let these guys see what half-step 5 rings are, and why my Heart of the Abyss can deter other forces. Since the basics can't be beaten, let's play high-end. We need a big win." The last few words Nilo said almost word by word, gritted his teeth. Chapter 467. Samar. Located in the Great Plains of Saskatchewan, it is also the most important city on the boundary between the central part and the northern part of the Heart of the Abyss, dividing the central part and the northern part, sleeping like a giant. In the past 1,000 years, no force has ever entered here. Not even if it is far away. But on this day, the thick fog of war has shrouded the place. Tens of thousands of warlock legions are entrenched more than 10 kilometers away from the city. In the sky, there are also hundreds of airships, reflecting the sun one by one, and the exposed elemental cannons are shining coldly. On the opposite side of them, on the huge city several hundred meters high, there are Abyss Heart warlocks with nervous faces. Although they hold weapons, they don't hide their uneasiness in the slightest. There are also a lot of nervous warlocks outside the city. Although the city lord Sawyer is also a sunshine warlock, he also felt nervous looking at the front. Especially when he saw the four-headed giant snake hundreds of meters away from the legion in the distance. Although his eyes were closed at this time, the momentum he exuded almost reached the peak of the sun. Although he has never seen it with his own eyes, this giant snake has gained a huge reputation in the past week. It was accumulated with the lives of countless Heart of the Abyss warlocks, and its name of the Snake of Death, Hydra, has also been passed on to everyone. A warlock's ear. Of course there are airships, and others. Who the hell would have thought that they could reach here? Sawyer clutched his chest, feeling shocked. Of course it was just a shock, but this time it wasn't too frightening. Because he already knew that Lord Sauron, the Heart of the Abyss, had come here. With half a step and 5 rings in charge, they have no chance of losing. Come on, it's our turn to win. He pursed his lips and looked at the other side. One side of the Bloodline Tower. As the person in charge of this war, Nicholas was at the back, with Vivica, Udo, and other warlocks standing beside them, looking forward one by one, especially Udo, with vengeance shining in his eyes. Master Nicholas, do you think they will really send half-step 5 rings in this war? Vivica asked Nicholas. Master Eli has already predicted that there will be at least a half-step 5th ring here today. You should bring the statue of your lord. Nicholas nodded, and then asked. Take it. Vivica nodded, and then took out a statue exuding a strong atmosphere of faith, which was given to them by Eli before the war. That's fine. Nicholas nodded, and then looked at everyone present. In that case, let's attack. Yes. Everyone took action immediately. The sound of the horn suddenly sounded above the battle, and Nicholas flew into the sky, looked at the ruins of the battlefield below, and the distant city shouted loudly, "The whole army is attacking." As soon as the voice fell, Sawyer shouted loudly in the distance, "Launch an attack." The words of the two fell almost at the same time. The next moment. Hiss! I saw a flash of light in Hydra's eyes, dragging her huge body and flying towards the distance at a low altitude. 4 snake heads lit up at the same time, and 4 beams of elemental light pierced the sky, heading towards the Abyss Heart Legion. Boom! The huge roar resounded across the battlefield. 3 of them were blocked by the timely arrival of the True Spirit, but there was also one across the local army, leaving a long trace of hundreds of meters, and nearly 1,000 people were instantly turned into fly ash. The momentum of the Heart of the Abyss was stagnant. But it was only for a moment, because at this time the Snake of Death had already arrived at the center of the battlefield, and the Warlock Legion on the ground was also very close, and the airship was also ready in the sky. The Flying Legion stops the airship, and the others fight back. Sawyer flew into the sky and flew directly towards Hydra. He is also a Sun-level Warlock. The two voices collided immediately, making an explosion. At this time, thousands of flying monsters like pterosaurs rose up and flew towards the sky. At the same time, the element barrels of the airship in the sky also turned towards the pterosaurs. The sky is full of artillery fire. Accompanied by the explosion of elements, the pterosaurs fell one by one. Even if they wanted to resist, when the pterosaurs approached and attacked the defense circle of the airship, they felt a burst of despair. Their bodies could not tear the defense at all. The situation in the sky is one-sided, and the war on the ground has also broken out. Warlocks with witch weapons in their hands collided with the warlocks in the heart of the abyss. Many warlocks' weapons broke immediately, and then were directly torn in half by the enemy. Of course, this is only a small number, but at the same level, with the blessing of weapons and potions, they can easily suppress the enemy, which is not at the same level at all. Only 10 minutes. The wind of victory in the war shifted towards the Bloodline Tower. Even Sawyer was only struggling under Hydra's attack at this time. Damn beast! Dodging Hydra's attack again, Sawyer quickly took a few steps back, looking towards the battlefield while cursing, but when he saw the battlefield, his heart was instantly chilled. In the sky, the remaining dozens of flying units dodged left and right in the attack like a sea of stars. Farther away, a large number of true spirits broke out in accumulated battles, and the Warlock Legion on the ground was almost crushed and beaten. Can't hold it anymore. Sawyer opened his mouth wide. It's only less than half an hour. This is also the reason why the airship was temporarily delayed. Has the Bloodline Tower reached this point? It seems that it can only ask for help. Master Sauron, you can make a move. He turned his head and shouted into the distance. As the voice fell, a blood-colored figure suddenly flew up in Suomo City. Boom! Everyone felt a terrifying pressure descending from the sky. It's like the sky is falling. Everyone even felt a little hard to breathe, and the momentum of the battlefield stagnated instantly. At this time, the bloody figure just flew into the sky, and a huge palm flew towards the airship in the distance. The bloody palm of 100 meters spanned the distance, smashed the 3 airships into pieces, and then fell towards the ground. Hundreds of people died directly as a result. After all this happened, everyone realized it. Looking at the figure in the sky. Long blood-colored hair, black and red marks all over the skin, eyes full of bloodthirsty and madness, showing ferocious teeth like a beast, licking his lips and looking down. Heart of the Abyss, Sauron. Looking at this figure, the true spirits in the distance showed fear one by one. The person in front of him is exactly the half-step 5 rings that appeared in the previous war with the Kami's family. On the ground, the warlocks in the heart of the abyss have already cheered. It's Lord Sauron, that's great. Ha 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 ha, I don't have to die, I don't have to die. The Bloodline Tower warlocks on the opposite side lost their momentum. Although I haven't seen it before, everyone knows how strong warlocks are at this stage. They have no chance of winning at all. Is the situation about to change? At this time, Hydra on the ground raised his head and neighed at Sauron. Bold beast! When Sauron saw it, he grinned. In the next second, his figure disappeared suddenly, and then appeared in front of Hydra. Bloody, Hydra was punched out directly. Boom! The air exploded, and Hydra let out a painful wail, and then flew out directly to the distance. A piece of the body surface was directly missing, and a large number of elements were lost. And looking at the sea god Needle Hydra on the battlefield was easily knocked down. Everyone's eyes were dull, and the original high-spirited momentum even collapsed. They looked at Thorin one by one, feeling pessimistic about the future of the war. A lot of people, it seems that today we can kill a lot. Sauron looked at the warlock on the ground with eyes like pigs and sheep, and his murderous intent was undisguised. Everyone felt a thrill. Everyone stopped at this moment. And behind the Bloodline Tower, Vivica held Eli's statue of faith in her hand, and the statue in her hand was emitting light. A little bit of faith gradually melted away, and a light and shadow seemed to emerge from the space. And Vivica just watched this scene, muttering, "My lord, come quickly, we need you." Next second, I saw the light blooming. Eli's clone stepped out of the space step by step and landed here. Looking at Vivica, Eli looked towards the battlefield in the distance, and calmly said, "I am coming." Chapter 468. On the battlefield. Silence mixed with noise. Countless people looked up at the sky, staring at the bloody figure. "It's really weak." Sauron glanced disdainfully at Hydra, who was seriously injured in the distance, showing his white teeth. Its voice came to the ears of the true spirit in the sky and San Juan, but no one dared to say a word or react. Sauron. Not far away, Luo Yi's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and his eyes were fixed on Sauron. Although he was not responsible for the battle in which Holy Sword died, according to the information, he was also one of the most important members and the commander of that war. As if sensing his gaze, Sauron in the distance suddenly turned his head, looked at him indifferently, pursed his lips and said, "I see hatred and killing intent in your eyes. It seems that I have some disputes with you." The indifferent expression was full of indifference, but full of banter. That look, as if seeing something fun. Next second, Ling Lai's killing intent was mixed with the powerful force that you don't want to change, and it directly violently pressed towards Luo Yi. Ah! A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the blood vessels in Luo Yi's body burst open. The blood instantly stained his whole body red, and he couldn't help but let out a painful wail. "I'm going to kill you!" Luo Yi roared, his blood filled the air. Seeing Luo Yi like this, Sauron seemed even more excited. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's so funny, this feeling of helplessness must be very painful, but what did I do? Did I rape your wife, torture your friends, or kill your relatives? It's a pity that I don't have time today, otherwise I will have fun with you." With a wild smile, Sauron raised his right hand, the power of his blood surged, and an even greater pressure was exerted on him, as if to crush him to death. But to his surprise, a force also surged in, dispelling the pressure invisible. "Someone?" Sauron narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly turned behind him. At some point, a figure appeared behind him. Wearing a black wizard robe, countless shadows and rays of light hovered behind him to protect his short body, like a galaxy, and behind him was a halo of faith, like a god above him. In contrast, with black hair, her face looks a little normal, but her eyes are extremely bright as stars, full of wisdom. When did it appear? Sauron was surprised to find that this person was not in his perception just now. "Who are you?" His brows gradually wrinkled, and his eyes were also very unhappy. "Dress up." Eli didn't pay attention to him, just looking at Sauron in front of him, his appearance and breath, he knew that this was another warlock transformed by Nero. Oh shit! Seeing himself being completely ignored, Sauron's mouth twitched. He roared with energy and blood, and was about to make a move, but before he could do it, he heard a voice from above the battlefield. Looking down, I don't know how many Blood Tower warlocks raised their heads and looked at the person in front of them in admiration, cheering. "It's Master Eli." "Ha ha ha ha, I knew it was impossible for the adults to give up on us, so it was the adults who came." Hearing the voice from the ground, Sauron raised his head to look at the warlock opposite again, his eyes gradually became more cautious, and asked, "Are you Eli?" "It's me." Eli nodded indifferently, just looked at the situation on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. The addition of the war witch weapon really changed the situation of the war completely. "Damn, you are too much." Seeing himself being ignored again, Sauron couldn't bear it anymore. Endless blood energy stood out from his body, instantly staining the sky with blood. His figure also expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black-purple shadow demon nearly 500 meters high. The scarlet eyes shone with light, the skin was black and purple, and the fangs were tens of meters long. Backed by the abyss, most of the warlocks in the heart of the abyss are of the blood of demons, and the shadow demon is also one of the high-level blood, with characteristics of darkness, abyss, and death. "Eli, show me the fuck." The sharp claws pierced into the space, and Sauron looked at Eli with his eyes burning with anger. His murderous intent was as sharp as the cold winter wind. "Are you angry?" Eli turned his head funny and looked at Sauron in front of him. This group of transformed warlocks seems to be somewhat out of spirit. "Go to hell." The breath of death permeated Sauron's side, and the strands gathered in front of him, and then turned into a huge grey scythe, exuding an instinctively uncomfortable breath on the surface. Death Scythe. As Sauron, who initially mastered the rules of death, he decisively used his most powerful ability. Although Eli's information was unknown, he gave Eli quite a lot of respect, and made a big move as soon as he came up. Looking at the death scythe in front of him, the light of faith behind Eli instantly bloomed, and the light radiated thousands of miles. A 1,000-meter giant sword slowly formed in front of him, slowly pointing towards Sauron. Death Scythe and Holy Sword of Light. At this time, everyone on the ground stared at this scene with wide eyes. Just start zooming in. So ruthless? My lord, we must defeat him. In the distance, Vivica prayed. Sauron. Luo Yat, who was covered in blood, stared at that figure, his body trembling. A one-hit victory. Sir Eli will definitely win, and your lord will not lose. Master Sauron, come on. In the eyes of countless people looking forward to, the Death Scythe and the Holy Sword of Light collided, and the light of death and the glorious power of faith immediately scattered towards the surroundings like a storm, like the end of the world. Under tremendous pressure, everyone is not shy away from the edge. But what everyone didn't expect was that the light suddenly disappeared in less than a second. It's over. Is it so fast? Less than 5 seconds. Warlocks shook their heads and raised their heads, looking towards the sky. The next moment, everyone opened their mouths. In the sky, the Holy Sword of Light pierced straight into the demon's head, and his body was covered with large pieces of falling flesh, and countless blood flowed out like a waterfall. And in the Holy Sword of Light, the light in the devil's eyes dissipated little by little. His consciousness is disappearing bit by bit. Eli, you hide so deep. Sauron let out a mournful wail with his last voice, looked at Eli from the corner of his eye, and the fear of death flashed in his dark eyes for the first time. At the same time, he was sure that this was the closest he was to the law of death. A few seconds later, accompanied by a clear understanding of death, Sauron uttered a wail, and closed his eyes unwillingly, ending his life of countless killings and sins. After confirming the death, Eli put away his body, then turned his head to look at the other true spirits of the heart of the abyss not far away, raised his hand, and a little light condensed. In the next second, the light burst out suddenly, and dozens of light spots flew towards many true spirits. With the bloody flowers blooming, dozens of high-level warlocks were easily dealt with by Eli. Then Eli turned his head to look at the sluggish warlocks on the ground, and calmly said, "Continue to attack." Chapter 469. The bright red blood fell to the ground like a ruby. Potholes were corroded on the ground, and then they rose up, turning into a large amount of grey mist, and swept towards the surroundings like a storm. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, but even so, they couldn't conceal the shock in their hearts. Did you die like this in half a step with 5 rings? That's Sauron. How is it possible? How is it possible for Lord Sauron to die? This is absolutely impossible. When? So fast? Are you kidding me? Is this Lord Eli? Whether it is the Tower of Bloodline or the warlocks in the heart of the abyss, they are all extremely shocked, and the impression of Eli's past in their hearts is also rapidly overthrowing, rebuilding, overthrowing, rebuilding. Originally, everyone had a lot of opinions on Eli's anger over the past few decades, and they may not be very optimistic about this war. There is also Eli's combat effectiveness. The strongest foreign attack is the demon invasion. Everyone guessed that Eli may have half-step 5 ring strength. But what they didn't expect was that when Eli faced Sauron with the half-step 5th ring, he could easily deal with him who was not considered weak even among the half-step 5th ring. At this moment, the impression is quickly refreshed. Hey, has your lord's strength reached this level? In the distance, Vivica's eyes flickered, she bit her lip, and looked at Eli adoringly, but she knew that this was just a clone of Eli. All clones are like this? What about the body? Sauron is dead. Luo Yi's eyes were full of excitement. Especially when he saw Sauron's body, he felt extremely happy. Although he was only one of the people who killed his teacher, it also gave him the joy of getting revenge. Of course, I am also very grateful to Eli. Without an adult, it is almost impossible to rely on him to take revenge. Of course, the death of those true spirits afterwards seemed to be embellished. Although it was equally shocking, it was much weaker than the shock of killing Sawyer. And when Eli's order to keep attacking came to their ears, they realized that the war was not over yet. Attack! The shouts came back again, and the fighting started again. How could they be the opponents of the Bloodline Tower who lost their top combat effectiveness? In less than half an hour, the battlefield was almost over. The enemy either died or was captured, and the flag belonging to the Bloodline Tower was also planted on Samo City. And Eli didn't leave either. In the next time, this clone will follow the army. Time flies. During the war, news spread rapidly. Charm Mansion. In a room. Hey, Eli actually made a move, and easily suppressed a half-step fifth ring. I knew that Eli was not an impulsive person, and he was definitely sure. But the heart of the abyss is more than 1.5 true spirits, if we go together. Liliana's eyes lit up when she saw the news, but then she became a little worried. After a few minutes, her eyebrows relaxed. Humph, let him take care of his own decision. Liliana pursed her lips, then took off her clothes, stepped on the wooden planks with her white bare feet and walked towards the bathtub. The temperature of the hot water that had been prepared in it was just right. But only a few minutes later, she came out and walked outside, put on her clothes and muttered, "Forget it, let's help him contact other forces, at least not let him be disturbed. If he doesn't make it up to me, I will be angry at that time." Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. Jinji's eyes were neither sad nor happy, which made it impossible for the warlock in front of him to figure out his intentions. "Master Jinji, the sincerity of our Heart of the Abyss is absolutely sufficient, and we just hope that you can cut off the external economic channels of the Bloodline Tower, which should not be a big deal to you. But as long as you do it, you will gain the friendship of the Heart of the Abyss, and we can cooperate with you in the future." The warlock is wearing a black and purple warlock robe, which belongs to the Heart of the Abyss. "Sorry, I can't agree." The Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce remains neutral. Jinji shook his head and apologized. "The people at the lower level may not be clear, but you should know, my lord, how great the gap is in our high-end combat power. In the nearest battlefield, we sent Lord Sauron, and I believe the news of victory will reach your ears." Warlock raised his head. With a confident smile on his face. Clap clap. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the two turned their heads. The door opened, Modo walked in, and reported to Jinjui. "My lord, the battle in Som City is over. The Bloodline Tower has won a big victory, and Sauron, the half-step true spirit in the Heart of the Abyss, has fallen." After hearing the report, Jinji's eyes lit up, and then he showed a helpless expression towards the warlock. Hearing this, Warlock's eyes flashed an unbelievable light, which he couldn't imagine for a long time, but it was meaningless for the two to deceive him, because as long as he got out of here, he would know. "Is it true?" Warlock was confused. A few seconds later, he lowered his proud head, frowned, and said, "I'm sorry, my lord, I may need to leave first." "It's okay." Jinji waved his hands generously, but the expression on his face did not change. It wasn't until Warlock left that Jinji showed a happy smile on his face, and said to Modo, "It's so refreshing to see the Heart of the Abyss deflated. Give me another 5 million secret support resources, I want to see how long this battlefield can last, and to what extent, let me add fire." "Cool." Jinji laughed, completely forgetting the neutral position just mentioned. Kami's family. In a wizard's tower, a figure suddenly stood up from a chair. Wearing a white warlock robe and a monocle, his face looks very old, but his eyes look very powerful, like a giant eagle. He is Isaac Kamis, the current head of the Kamis family. As the only top power close to the western regions, they have already been paying attention to this war, and even predicted the victory of the Heart of the Abyss, premeditating plans for the western regions. But this time Eli's appearance brought some changes to the situation. Easily kill Sauron, who is half-step fifth ring? This Eli's strength is stronger than we expected. Isaac was a little shocked. Their assessment of Eli was that he had just entered half-step fifth ring, but now looks like it might be a bit of a mistake. It should be the strongest among the half-step 5 rings. It's surprising. Isaac shook his head, but he wasn't panicking. So what if he is a veteran? The Heart of the Abyss has not 1 or 2 half-step 5 rings, but there are at least 3 on the surface, not to mention that this is definitely not all, there are hidden ones, not to mention that Nilo is also a top half-step 5 ring powerhouse. The combat power on paper still crushes Eli. But at least you can consume a little more Heart of the Abyss. I originally planned to intervene in the near future. It seems that I can wait a little longer. Isaac smiled. The plan seems to be more stable. He is very happy. I'm afraid Nilo is already furious at this time. Isaac laughed unkindly. Chapter 470. What? How can this be? Doubt and anger filled Nilo's heart like flames. Looking at the battle report in front of him, he couldn't help but clenched it tightly, and the armrest of the chair with his other hand turned into almost invisible dust. Nilo was still a little shocked at this time. He can't accept it. It's okay for Eli to have a half-step 5-ring combat power. After all, he can solve the battle of demons. It's almost impossible for him to be at the peak of the 4th ring, but it's a bit outrageous that he can easily defeat Sauron of the same level. Eli, how deep are you hiding? Nilo's eyes even turned a little red, and the anger was devouring his reason, which made him couldn't help but close his eyes. It took half an hour before he opened his eyes again. But this time his gaze was already calm, even a little cold. Looking at the familiar houses and furniture, he burst out with a cold killing intent, and with a bang, everything seemed to be cut by countless knives, and there were terrifying cracks one after another, and then he murmured in a low voice. It doesn't matter if they are all dead, as long as Eli is killed, it is reasonable. As long as Eli is resolved, the entire western region will be my domain from now on, and the implementation of the plan will naturally be easy at that time, and I don't even need to think about the trouble it is now. As for Eli, he is indeed a strong man. He has endured for decades, and even I admire him a little bit, but so what, after all, he still can't hold back. If you can beat the 5th ring with 1.5 steps, then if there are many. At this time, Nilo also completely put Eli and himself on the same level, letting go of his previous arrogance. Come on, call me all the active warlocks in the heart of the abyss who are not sleeping at the half-step 5-ring level. Since he can fight, let me see how good he is. Nilo sneered and called out to his subordinates at the same time. Half an hour later, 6 figures appeared in the room, 4 men and 2 women. My lord. The 6 of them greeted Nilo respectfully. Okay. Nilo nodded with satisfaction, the people in front of him are half-step true spirits besides him. Go all out if you want to fight, and surprise Eli. He walked slowly to the window and looked into the distance, under the setting sun, as if he could faintly see the flames of war in the distance, as well as that annoying Eli who had sabotaged his plans several times. The setting sun sprinkled into the eyes, burning like flames. Nilo pursed his lips. You can do 1, but what about 6? My lord, 2/3 of the eastern territory has fallen into our hands, and the heads and high-level leaders of various forces have also been imprisoned, and only a small number of people have escaped. In the front line, after the Bloodline Tower army, in an airship, Vivica reported to Eli. Eli nodded in satisfaction. Those guys in the eastern region thought they could sit back and watch, but how could Eli allow these sloppy guys to exist on his flanks, and they also completely overestimated their combat power. In less than a month, the eastern region in the hands of the Bloodline Tower. However, my lord, our friends from the central region, the Thousand-Eyed Tree Demon family has secretly sent a message. It seems that the Kami's family is secretly preparing an army, and has even gathered outside the edge of the western region. But it's very strange, they don't seem to have any plans to do it. Vivica continued to report. Of course, these were not collected by her, but collected by various parties and sent to her. The Kami's family, this is troublesome. Are you planning to have a squirrel behind you? Eli narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, with the progress of the war, they have almost advanced to half of the heart of the abyss, not only inside, but also outside. I don't know how many forces are paying attention to this war, or preparing to take some benefits. Just pay attention, I have deployments for all borders, so don't worry. Eli shook his head. He had thought about this a long time ago, otherwise he would not have mobilized the Dragon and Green tribes. As long as there is a problem, the two parties will act as firefighters to ensure the safety behind the Bloodline Tower. Of course, this is just an insurance, and there is another insurance, that is, Eli's real body is still behind at this time. Even if the real body leaves later, at least there is still a solid line of defense, so there is no need to worry too much. Good sir. Vivica nodded, as if it was all right. No one can tell how many backhands the adults have. Let's report on the current frontal battlefield situation. Eli turned around and asked. Are you headed to the battlefield? Vivica sorted it out in her mind and blurted out. Currently, the frontal battlefield is going very smoothly. It's surprisingly smooth. In 1 month, 80% of the cities in the south and north have been completely occupied by us, and we are not far from the center. What about the remaining 20%? Eli raised his head strangely. Vivica glanced at him angrily, and said strangely, Brother Eli, this is your clan's responsibility. My responsibility? Eli blinked. Your airship unit has top-notch firepower. After a few rounds, many cities have been severely destroyed. They cannot be occupied at all and can only be discarded. And the airship was not manufactured by you with the technology, is it related to you? Wei Wei Ka joked. All right. Eli looked weird, so it was like this. But yes, with that firepower, if there is an actual battle against the city, it is almost impossible for the city without the defense of the Witcher Ray to survive a few times before collapsing and collapsing. Okay, let's not talk about this, and we also found something wrong in the recent attack. Viveka suddenly changed the subject, her eyes became serious. What's wrong? That is, we found that the defense of the city in front of us has dropped a lot, but according to the law, the further inward it seems, the stronger it should be, but the opposite is true here, not even as good as Samar city. And there are surprisingly few people in the city. There are few people. It should be evacuated early. But there is less defense, this is a bit wrong, there is indeed a problem. But it is impossible for Nilo to give up the heart of the abyss, it seems that there is a big gift ahead. At this time, Viveka continued, we speculate that the most important city in the middle of the front, Roll City, is also the most important node that opens the center of the southern end of the heart of the abyss. I'm afraid there are some arrangements. Having said that, she couldn't help but look at Eli. If the heart of the abyss has arrangements, then it can't be them, it can only be targeted at Eli. Brother Eli, how about we change directions? She bit her lip, slightly worried. Eli smiled and patted her head, but his eyes became sharper. Let's arrange the arrangement, let's see how much strength the heart of the abyss still has. But don't worry, it's just a clone. Eli comforted. Viveka's eyes lit up. So worried, she actually forgot about this one. That's good. Eli watched his relaxed expression and stroked his soft hair. Really, didn't you think about the danger you might face at all? But I'm here. Eli looked forward, his eyes glistening with silver. The line of sight spanned tens of thousands of miles, and came to a huge city with a huge wizard tower in the center, and there were 6 people sitting inside, all with their eyes closed. 6.5 steps and 5 rings, so it is like this. Eli understood that this was an ambush, and immediately relaxed. It might have been enough once, but now? Brother Eli, have you finished touching? Suddenly there was a voice of resentment, and looking down, Viveka's cheeks were slightly red, her eyes were rippling, her hair was a mess, and she was being ravaged by him. Eli let go of his hands in embarrassment. Actually, you can touch other places too. Came the timid and cowardly voice, it was Viveka who was looking forward to it. Snapped. What are you thinking? Eli patted Viveka's head and said angrily. Here is still on the battlefield. Isn't it just a battlefield? Snapped. Another tap. The next chapter has been reviewed, I am also a little confused, everyone wait for a while. Chapter 471. Roll City. In a spacious room, the candles burning on the walls illuminated the entire room, but the place in the center of the ground suddenly became dark again, the reason being the force field effect of the 6 people sitting there. At this time, several people closed their eyes. Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. It was a beautiful woman with black and purple temptation patterns all over one side of her cheeks, and her body was only wrapped in a few pieces of cloth. At this moment, she opened her eyes, and then a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. And her changes were also perceived by others, and they all opened their eyes to look at the woman. A dark-skinned warlock looked at her and asked, Lawfight, what happened? Lawfight didn't hide it either, he looked directly at the people in the darkness and said, did you feel like you were being spied on just now? Spying? How is this possible? This place is shrouded by the power of the few of us, and it is impossible for anyone to enter, unless there is a level of power above the 5th ring. But how could there be 5 rings watching here? Indeed, if the 5 rings intervene in the western regions, this place will not be like this. Those old guys should either be sleeping or in the nearby world fragments, otherwise the lifespan consumption will not last. You say what I say, and everyone denies the woman's idea. And they also have confidence in themselves, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to spy on them easily. Okay, it seems that I'm thinking too much. The woman named Lawfight nodded, but the doubt did not dissipate. Everyone, let's recharge our batteries, there's going to be a big battle in the future. Suddenly a warlock suggested. Hat, we have 6.5 step true spirits here, what else can happen, just wait for the fish Eli to enter, and we can easily collect the net and eat the fish. It's also half step 5th ring, he is very strong, but we have no chance of defeating him together. Really? The scene suddenly cheered up, and there was pity for Eli in his eyes. You said it's not good for you to stay in the north? Why provoke the heart of the abyss? I don't know if it's stupid or a fool. The chariot of the bloodline tower is gradually advancing in the heart of the abyss. In the land of greenery. Eli sat on the grass, sniffing the fragrance of flowers in the distance, leaning against hill behind him, two thin branches stretched down to massage Eli's temples. It was so pleasant. It's so comfortable. While enjoying the massage, Eli asked Hill behind him, how did you learn these things, Hill? I learned it from watching people in the city outside. I thought I could use it for my father after I learned it. A grinning voice came from behind, like a little girl. Hearing the still uncomfortable address, Eli smiled and got up slowly. Looking at Hill in front of him, Eli was filled with emotion. Compared with the past, since the elves entered the elf family, there is no lack of cultivation methods and related resources for the elf mother tree. These have benefited Hill a lot. Although he has not yet broken through, he is getting closer to the fourth ring road, and his wisdom is getting higher and higher. At this time, he is already equivalent to a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Hurry up and break through the fourth ring. When the time comes, my cultivation will be inseparable from you. Eli looked forward to it. Now the source of life that Hill can transform is good for plants to break through the four rings, but no matter how high it is, it can't let the plants with shackles break through, it can only have the potential of the four rings itself. So Eli also pays attention to Hill all the time. As long as one of them breaks through, it will be a great thing for both it and Eli. Hill will work hard. The crisp voice came, and it came from Hill. Come on. Eli nodded and walked towards the lab. Wars belong to wars, but his experiments have never stopped. He is still at the peak of Yaori now. Although he has reached the peak of the fourth ring by relying on his experimental breakthrough combat power, there may be a genius who is rare in 10,000 years. Therefore, Eli must break through half a step of the fifth ring as soon as possible to gain a preliminary understanding. Rule. This is a long-term strategy. A few minutes later, Eli came to the lab. Although most of the laboratories have been moved out, the Rule laboratory is still under Eli's nose, mainly because he is worried about losing it. Open the door of the laboratory and look at the vacuum device in the distance. Compared with decades ago, the black mist wrapped around the shadow rules at this time is obviously thinner, and even a corner of the black mist is so thin that it is about to disappear, and the rules can be seen directly. Decades of stripping have finally paid off. Today, the black mist of that family should be completely stripped away. This will become a turning point in my observation rules. Eli showed his white teeth, walked to the experimental table and started to operate. With the opening of the device, a large amount of energy gathered on both sides, and an elemental ray worth tens of thousands flew towards the shadow rule, and then peeled off a black mist. This black mist happened to be the thinnest layer. 10 more times is enough. Eli made a judgment. After the device cools down for a while, turn it on again. Call out. Call out. Whoosh. What the experiment consumes is magic stones, but at this moment Eli doesn't think about money at all, just keeps repeating the experiment, and the black mist is peeling off little by little. Finally, after the last separation, the mysterious black mist completely disappeared in a corner. A shadow came into Eli's eyes. The shadow rules that have completely faded away from the camouflage are just reflected in Eli's eyes. Grunt. Eli's throat moved slightly, and his mood was even more excited. Even if it was just a glance, he also felt that his understanding of shadows had deepened, which was completely different from the rules polluted by black mist, just like watching a movie from a pirated copy to an ultra-clear Blu-ray. Cool. In this environment, maybe Eli's day of breaking through half a step of the fifth ring will come sooner than imagined. Eli was mesmerized, but the next moment, he found that the surrounding black mist was slowly spreading towards the gap, as if to return to that vague state again. How can this work? Eli shot directly, the elements surged, but it had no effect on the black mist, and the bloodline also used it, but it didn't. Seeing that the gap was getting smaller and smaller, but there was no time to hesitate at this time. The power of faith directly used by Eli, this is also his last choice. The golden power of faith quickly gathered towards the gap, and then blocked the black mist from spreading. It works? Eli's eyes lit up, but looking at the gap that was still shrinking, he gritted his teeth, and the imprint of faith on his arm flickered, spreading directly upwards, strengthening the block. At this time, Eli couldn't care less about consumption, and the power of faith poured out like a big river. In the end, it took a full 2 imprints to finally stabilize. So far, Eli's power of faith is empty at this time, and there is no more drop. Of course, there are 2 other reasons because of the avatar. After all, the strength of the avatar increases, so the power of faith required by the avatar is also geometrically multiplied. But looking at the gap that was only the size of a ping-pong ball at this time, Eli felt like crying. But it's okay, this little thing is enough for me, and it's so small and cute. Eli comforted himself. Then he sat here and began to comprehend the rules of shadows, which made his understanding of the rules of shadows deepen rapidly, and the speed was dozens of times faster than before. Time passed quickly during meditation, and after a week, Eli was still unsatisfied with his comprehension, feeling that his comprehension of the rules was getting deeper. Perhaps in the next few years, it is possible to initially comprehend the rules. And he didn't wake up because of too much consumption or anything. For another reason. It's so fast, have you advanced to Roll City? Eli sighed. Next moment. Closing his eyes again, his consciousness condensed towards the clone. Chapter 472. Eli opened his eyes again, and in front of him was no longer the wizard tower, but a room. There were rune patterns all over the silver walls, and Eli was the only one in the empty room. Shaking his head, Eli stood up, went to the door and pushed it open. There was a huge command room in front of him. The open glass on all sides could directly observe the outside, and all the high-level war bloodlines were here. This is also the combat command center of the Bloodline Tower, and also the airship specially made by the Alchemy Department. Seeing Eli coming in, everyone present turned their heads with respectful eyes. Master Eli. Among them, Vivica and Nicholas came to Eli and greeted her. Eli nodded, and went straight to the huge window, the huge observation room. You could see hundreds of airships flying around the command room at this time, and thousands of warlocks on the ground looked like ants. On the opposite side of them is an incomparably magnificent city. The tall iron wall is hundreds of meters high, connecting the huge mountains on both sides. The central 9 gates are lined up one by one. At this time, they are tightly closed, and there are tens of thousands of magic beast legions flying in the sky, as well as the 3 rings. Warlocks, and in front of the fortress, there are tens of thousands of warlocks. This is the last pass leading to the heart of the abyss. Mountain Fortress Roll City. My lord, the city of Raoul was built in the Age of Wizards, so there is still a part of the wizard formation on the city wall. We can't break through directly, we can only attack by force. Vivica came to Eli at this time and said. Eli nodded and found that there were indeed some ancient runes all over the walls. My lord, it is expected that all the troops will arrive in 3 days, and the attack should be launched within a week. Nicholas also walked over. Okay, then launch an attack in a week. Eli made a decision. Yes. After the order, Eli turned his attention to Soul City. Tossed in that wizard tower. It's still there, it looks like I'm waiting for me to show up. Eli pursed his lips and smiled. At this time, his power of faith is almost empty, so in the next battle, he must harvest a wave of power of faith, and 6.5 steps and 5 rings are enough to help him expand his influence. The blood spirit body in the wizard form is still not very good at that time, it seems that we have to try a new form. Eli has been familiar with the blood spirit body these days, and also found that not only can use the true spirit form, but also can use the blood spirit body form, but will be much weaker than the true spirit form. Probably at least 40% weakened, but it is enough. Eli grinned, and the power of the blood in his body rolled like a sea wave, making a rumbling sound, which made the others look sideways, and then quickly lowered their heads. Among them, Nicholas glanced at Eli and blinked. Although he hadn't seen it, he vaguely knew that Eli seemed to have a new method recently, but he had never seen it. It seems that this time we can see it. They're here, and Eli should be here too. At this time, in the Wizard Tower in Soul City, everyone opened their eyes again. Wait for them to take the initiative to launch an attack. If they want to break through this city, they won't be able to break through in a short time, but what they need most in the Tower of Bloodline is time, so Eli will definitely show up, and then we will make a move to make sure we don't startle the snake," said the old man. Good. Everyone nodded one after another, and then closed their eyes again to rest their minds. They knew very well that the next battle might be a battle to the death, and they had to reach their peak state. A week flies by. The war is about to begin. The command room retreated behind the battlefield while Nikolai and Viveka entered between the battlefield. At this time, hundreds of thousands of warlocks were standing on the ground tens of miles outside Seoul City, each with a cold face, looking at the opponents who were about to fight. In the sky, countless airships are also ready to launch elemental cannons, exuding icy cold light, as well as the ground. There are also large war weapons, hundreds of meters high, which are used to attack the city. Enter Seoul. Many warlocks looked at the front seriously. Although the few gorgeously dressed warlocks at the front were also frowning, they were not so flustered, because they knew that they would win this time. There are 6 adults here, even Eli will die today. It's time to end the war. Several people looked at each other without speaking, but there were smiles on the corners of their mouths. I don't know what method the other side will use to ambush Lord Eli. On the ground, Viveka stood on the tall chariot, wearing silver armor, looking ahead, with a flash of worry in her eyes. There are various indications that there is definitely a big gift here in Seoul City. Don't worry, my lord won't lose. At this moment, a hand patted Fear on his shoulder. Uncle Nicholas. She turned her head to see Nikolai floating. At this time, he smiled and comforted him. I have followed him for many years, but your lord's strength began a long time ago, and he is a legend himself. As we all know, the legend will continue forever. I hope so. Viveka nodded. Nicholas smiled, looked far away, and looked into the battlefield. My lord, it's the scheduled time. At this moment, a warlock arrived and reported to Nicholas. Okay, then issue the command to attack, and then... Nicholas waved his hand and was ready to attack, but in the next second, his hand suddenly pointed to the sky, and his mouth gradually opened. Nicholas's reaction quickly attracted everyone, and they also looked towards the sky. In the sky, a smear of blood flew directly into the forefront of the battlefield, and the billowing aura spread to the entire battlefield like a mountain, and even pressed directly towards Seoul City on the opposite side. Master Eli! Ah, why did my lord make the first move this time? Everyone present was stunned. This was not what was planned. It seems that this time it's not about turning the tide, but breaking the city alone. Nicholas' throat moved slightly, but his eyes were a little excited. It's too dangerous. We should first mobilize the opponent's means. Viveka was a little worried, but her eyes were fixed on Eli in the sky. Not just them, everyone on the battlefield raised their heads and looked at the familiar figure in the sky. It's Lord Eli, what is he going to do? Why didn't you issue an attack order? Is your lord going to go alone? Is he crazy? He dares to come. It seems to be sent to death. Hundreds of thousands of people present looked up at this figure, whether it was the Tower of Blood or the City of Blood, they had already awakened and were observing the group of 6. It attracts the attention of thousands of people and gathers the eyes of thousands of people. Feeling the prying eyes from all directions, Eli looked at the city of Seoul with burning eyes. In the next second, the sound of passing dozens of miles came out. The 6 bastards of the heart of the abyss, get out! Eli shouted loudly. The sound waves were rolling, like Tianwei, and the disdainful voice was full of arrogance, like a tsunami, reaching everyone's ears, and everyone was shocked by it. The only doubt is... what exactly are 6 awful? Chapter 473. Awful. At this time, in the city, 6 people were hiding in the wizard's tower, and each of them looked uglier than the other. Too arrogant, I'm going to kill him. How can it be repaired? It's too fucking crazy. But it doesn't matter anymore, since he dared to come, then we will take this head. Several people gritted their teeth, the anger in their eyes was burning. As half-demons transformed by Nile, they usually look fine, but once they are irritated or see blood, their tyranny and terror are completely another state. Being so insulted by Eli at this time made them all want to kill Eli. No one even thought about when Eli found them. But this is not important anymore. Several people looked at each other, and in the next second, a huge aura erupted instantly, and everything in the wizard tower in front of them was directly turned into countless fly ash, revealing the blue sky. Eli! Several people roared. 6 black and purple beams of light pierced the sky, flew directly into the sky of Seoul City, and then were on the same level as Eli, and everyone looked at each other. At this time, except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else looked at the breath in the sky and opened their mouths wide. The aura of the 6 realms is no worse than the previous Sauron. Could it be that the 6 of them are all half-step 5 ring? How is this possible? Viveka's eyes widened, and fear spread in her heart. She never thought that the heart of the abyss would set up such an ambush. That's 6. One is the top powerhouse in the western regions, but there are 6 of them. The heart of the abyss actually has so many half-step 5th rings. Could it be that they still had some reservations last time? Is this the strength of the number 1 force in the western regions? Vivica was already dumbfounded at this time, and Nicholas' complexion changed instantly. This. His throat moved slightly, but he couldn't say anything. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. My lord, let's work hard. He could only pray silently. 6.5 steps and 5 rings, so is this the preparation of Master Nero? Is our heart of the abyss actually so strong? Ha 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 ha, it looks like Eli is going to die here. After the heart of the abyss froze for a second, they all smiled. Even they didn't expect Lord Nero to send so many people. I'm afraid this is their bottom line manpower, but it's worth it. 6.5 steps and 5 rings, even if Eli is the reincarnation of a god, he can't even think about living leave here. There is no suspense on the battlefield. He also took the initiative to declare war. People are stupid. And dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield, here are a large number of spies from various forces, all of whom watched this scene with shocked expressions. The heart of the abyss is so strong, it deserves to be the number 1 force in the western regions. It's over. Everyone quickly spread the information back, and some people even began to sort out the information, and then passed back the predicted victory of the heart of the abyss. No one thought Eli had a chance of winning. Of course, no one left, not because they want to see which side wins, but purely to observe the strength of the 6 people, as well as information, which may be used in the future. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were watching, and Eli looked at the other side. The 6 people in front of them are scattered in front of them in a fan shape. Is it transformed by Nilo again? Is there no normal person in the heart of the abyss now? Although the power is stronger after the transformation, it is unavoidable to be controlled, and the spirit is also affected. It is so easy to get angry, tisk tisk tisk. Eli said calmly, looking at the patterns on the bodies of several people. What do you seem to know? Eli's extremely informative words stunned them, the anger in their eyes even dissipated a little bit, and then they looked at Eli cautiously. I know it all, come on, let me see if the 6 of you can keep me. Eli didn't intend to talk nonsense with these people, so he hooked his fingers. All know? Eli's words frightened several people, and they all looked at each other in blank dismay. In the end, the old man broke the silence and said, no matter how much you know, as long as you stay here today, you can be sure that you don't know. Let's do it, everyone, we must keep him today. He looked at the other 5 people and said directly. Good. The 5 of them spoke in unison, and the old man retreated tens of meters back. Next second. Accompanied by the chi and blood of the 6 paths soaring into the sky, 6 giants appeared in the sky. Each of them is at least 500 or 600 meters high, like high mountains. 3 of them are of the blood of Barlow's flame demon, and there is a bone demon, a desire demon, and a chain demon. Barlow has nothing to say, it looks like a large flame bowl demon king. Irinia is a large succubus with wings, and the bone demon has bone wings, and its body is as ugly as a skeleton. There are also bone spurs all over, and the chain demon is like a black and red giant, but its head is like an octopus, and tentacles are derived, and the tentacles are connected to metal like full moon scimitars and giant scythes. Flickering cold light. As soon as the 6 figures appeared, they flew in all directions, surrounding Eli from all directions to prevent him from escaping. And Eli's eyes were still calm, but a little bit of blood gradually erupted in his body. Roar! Endless darkness enveloped Eli, and then there was a terrifying dragon roar, and then a shadow dragon with a body length of nearly 1,000 meters stepped out across the shadows, its golden dragon eyes narrowed slightly as it looked at the few people. The goal is stronger than expected, but the pairing is not the opponent, we join forces. One of the Barlow Balrogs shouted loudly, still confident. The others were also smiling, looking at Eli unkindly, either showing their white teeth, or rubbing their own bone spurs or scythes, ready to strike at any time. Looking at the few people, Eli smiled, and the power of the true spirit in his body was aroused immediately. The power of the true spirit dissipated instantly like a torrent, and the power of the true spirit like a tool slowly adhered to Eli's skin, and then slowly turned into silver grey, covering the shadow dragon like an armor. More than once, the originally huge body also expanded again. 1,000 meters. 1,100 meters. 1,500 meters. It didn't stop until it expanded to a length of 1,500 meters. The demons in front of them looked like children in front of them, and they were completely stunned at this time. What's going on here? Bone Demon's sharp voice sounded a little uneasy. The others also looked at each other, a little confused. Why do you still have a second transformation? It's kind of challenging them, and it feels a little different. Hey, they are all half-step 5 ring, no matter how strong they are only half-step 5 ring, how strong can they be, let me test him out. At this time, one of the Ballow Flame Demons spoke, and let out a sigh. At the same time, a flaming battle axe slowly appeared in his hand, with a deep purple flame burning on it, which was the rule he had mastered, and the flame was hot. A better temperature, a temperature that breaks the rules. And the moment the flames appeared, holes appeared one after another in the space around him, which meant that the space was damaged by burning, and even the surrounding temperature had risen rapidly, and it could be seen that the space was gone. Go to hell, Eli! The Balrog swung the giant axe, and a 500-meter shadow of the axe appeared in the sky. The sky was shocked, and a 1,000-meter crack opened in the space. And Eli just looked at him, a shadow dragon breath slowly brewing in front of him. Ready? Wait, this energy level is not right. At this moment, sensing the shadow, the Balrog held a huge axe in his hand, his eyes trembled, and fear quickly rose in his heart. It seems a little impulsive. The creature's instinctive warning was telling him that he might die. But it was too late, and now he had no other choice but to continue. He roared angrily, and directly chose to burn the blood, and the shadow of the axe turned into a 1,000-meter giant, and the flames burning on it were like a big sun, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Go to hell! The Balrog said madly. Eli didn't panic, because he was also ready at this time. Looking at the Balrog, his eyes were calm and his tone was cold. Shadow Dragon, breathe! Chapter 474. Shadow Dragon. Breathe. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the next second, the breath gushes out. In the sky, a black beam of light thousands of meters pierced the sky, and the huge fire axe turned into countless sparks like fragile glass, and then went out, while the shadow dragon's breath continued to envelop the Balrog. This is impossible! Barlow the Balrog roared loudly, panic flashed in his eyes. In the next second, light came in front of him, and countless shadows instantly covered him. Ah! The Balrog's eyes are about to burst, feeling his body being corroded bit by bit, and the skin is also broken bit by bit, with cracks appearing, and the shadows enter the skin along the cracks, overlooking the internal tissues of the body. He felt the life of his family passing by little by little. Woo, woo, woo. Fear stuck in his throat like mud, and he could only utter some meaningless ravings, but when the shadow entered his body, he discovered two more terrifying things. First of all, the shadow in front of him seems to contain spiritual power, constantly impacting his brain, making him feel that his consciousness is collapsing and disintegrating in it, but how can a dragon bloodline have such spiritual power? The second one made him feel even more frightened. He was in the shadows and did not feel the obvious power of the law. In other words, Eli hadn't used the law yet. Of course he didn't feel that Eli didn't have the law of perception. So there is only one possibility, Eli is still hiding his strength at this time. Little heart, he turned his head, looked at his partners in the distance, howled and wanted to say something, but as he spoke, his voice became lower and lower, and his figure disappeared little by little. A few seconds later, his figure slowly melted into the shadows. After that, the shadow dragon's breath also slowly dissipated, leaving only a tens of thousands of meters long jet black beam of light in the blue sky, like a god's paintbrush. Cough. Feeling the dead Balrog in the shadow, Eli also took a deep breath, and then looked at the rest of the people, who immediately shuddered. How is this possible? Sola died just like that. Why did he get bigger just now? How is this possible? They are all half-step 5th rings. Why is the gap so big? Can we really beat these guys? The 5 demons were sweating coldly. When they looked at me and I looked at you, they were shocked. No one thought that they would die a half-step 5 rings just by probing. The Eli in front of them is far more powerful than they imagined. At this time, not only them, but also the warlocks on the ground were all stupid. They stared blankly at the shadow trace in the sky, as if telling them that everything just now was true, and with just one blow, the 5 rings fell 1.5 steps away. Are you sure it's the same level? Master Eli. Countless people began to shout, as if seeing the hope of victory. It's terrifying. Vivica also pursed her lips, her pupils dilated. It's a bit outrageous. What is this? Could it be that my lord really? Nicholas was completely stupefied at this time. As a former wizard, he was the only one who could feel what the lord's escaping breath was just now. That is the power of the true spirit. But this is the real body of the blood. Could it be that your lord has fused the two powers together? He pursed his lips, and suddenly understood why the will of the world came that day, that is, all the wizards were gone, otherwise Eli would have become famous in the wizarding world instantly by relying on this. Fortunately, I hugged my thigh early. Hey hey! At this time, in the distance, the warlocks who were sending messages stopped instantly. It's outrageous! A warlock tore the organized information into pieces and started writing again. This time, they more or less underestimated the Tower of Bloodline and Eli. Let me see how strong you are. He raised his head tremblingly, and looked at Eli. Not only him, everyone, no matter men or women, no matter what they were doing, hundreds of thousands of eyes turned to the battlefield and surrendered to the 1,000-meter-long giant dragon. Eli. In the sky. The five looked at Eli seriously, and no one dared to make the first move this time. Continue, you were not like this just now. Eli turned his huge body, his red-gold dragon pupils shone with unkind light, and his dragon claws flickered. Grunt. Several people's throats moved slightly, but they still didn't move. After a few seconds, the bone demon slowly opened his mouth and said seriously, "Let's do it together, this person in front of us is much stronger than we imagined, if we don't go all out, everyone may really die here today." The bone demon's words made everyone tremble, but there was no doubt that he was right. It's really the best option right now. Let's do it together. The bone demon's voice sounded again. The next moment, several demons started to attack Eli. Flames, bone spurs, mental attacks, dark breath. Dozens of attacks dyed the sky within 10,000 meters into various colors. Dozens of attacks were mixed with figures of several people, flying towards Eli at the same time, launching attacks. Looking at this scene, Eli's eyes turned silvery white. Boom! In the quicksilver eye of the fifth ring, a huge spiritual attack went directly towards the demon. Boom! In an instant, Irinia let out a wail, and then a trace of blood flowed out of her head, and then stopped instantly, and her attack dissipated in an instant. Watching this scene, several people kept moving and continued to attack. Eli remained calm, still attacking mentally. Since the Eye of Mercury evolved into 5 rings, its power is even stronger than that of the Shadow Dragon's breath, especially when dealing with mentally weak warlocks. This is true for all Aranyamas who are good at blood, not to mention the others. So, with the silver light flashing, I saw the 4 mental power attacks going towards several people in an instant, and the few people couldn't stop them at all, but the moment they were attacked, they wailed in pain one by one. The stature stopped, and even the power of the original concentrated attack was greatly reduced. He manipulated a shadow tsunami, and instantly all attacks disappeared in the shadow. A wave of joint attacks by several people ended up with serious mental injuries to several people, and Eli ended up unscathed. And Eli didn't stop. While several people were still under the influence of spirit, he flew directly to the side of a Barlow flame demon, pinched its head with huge dragon claws, and then squeezed it. Boom! The head was broken like a watermelon, and a half-step true spirit died again. And this is just the beginning. Eli's body flickers, every time he attacks, a demon dies, even if they wake up, they can't resist at all, especially the erotic demon. She is the first to wake up as a spiritual demon, but when after facing the dragon clan with invincible physique, he was crushed by the dragon tail like tofu. In the end, with the scythe sparking a spark on Eli's scales, Eli crushed the bone demon's head with his dragon claws, and then threw his body to the ground. The Devil 6 died. And all this seems like a long time, but from start to finish, it took less than 3 minutes. After solving it, Eli didn't stop. Instead, he looked down at Soul City not far away. Ignoring the trembling warlocks at this time, Eli let out a dragon roar, and then a black light condensed. Boom! The shadow dragon's breath reappeared on the battlefield and flew towards Soul City. A light curtain rises. This is Soul City's witch array, but it has no effect at all. Just an instant, the light curtain shatters into countless fragments, scattered all over the place. The shadow continued on its way, crashing into the city wall. Boom! Under the corrosion of the power of shadow, the city wall burst open. A few seconds later, accompanied by countless dust and gravel, the city wall that had stood for thousands of years collapsed, exposing the core area of the heart of the abyss behind. Attack! The giant dragon roared, awakening countless people from the shock. Looking at the broken city in front of them, everyone woke up like a dream. People die. The city is broken. Chapter 475. People are dead. The city is broken. Hundreds of thousands of eyes focused on Eli, and everyone felt as if thousands of waves were set off in their hearts. They're all dead? That's a 6.5 step 5 ring powerhouse, and it's not a Chinese cabbage, just died like that. It's a bit too much, this is a half step 5th ring. Today's turn is too outrageous. I thought it was 6 people ambushing Eli alone, but I didn't expect it to be Eli alone ambushing 6 people. The identities of the prey and the hunter were swapped. We won, just like that. We lose. No matter which side, they all looked at each other, and the thoughts in their eyes were extremely wonderful. What happened today was really shocking and made everyone feel astonished. Before the battle, few thought that Eli could win, but now the corpses on the ground still show that Eli has won. Fight against 6 of the same level, not low level, but 6 half-step 5 rings, 6 warlocks who have initially understood the rules, and are all strong in today's world. Is Eli so strong? Then what did you hide in the past? Damn it! Hiss, what kind of state is this? It is at least several times stronger than the pure blood avatar. Is this an experiment by an adult? Nicholas's throat moved slightly, and he was shocked when he saw the half-step 5 rings that died. Not to mention the current world, even in the world of wizards, he has never seen such a powerful half-step 5 rings. No, it seems that my lord has not broken through the half-step 5 rings. Hiss. That's right, my lord hasn't broken through half a step of the 5 rings yet. Nicholas' pupils trembled, and he remembered this episode. Eli is still at the peak of Yaori. It would be outrageous for Yaori peak to fight half a step and 5 rings, but today he fought 6.5 steps and 5 rings, and he won easily. Even in the history of wizards, such a thing has never happened. As expected of an adult. Nicholas shook his head as if sighing. Having seen Eli's legendary history, he himself felt that he would not be surprised anymore, but today the Lord broke his cognition again. So scary. Just, like this, you won. Vivica blinked her eyes in astonishment. How worried I was just now, how stunned I am now. She knew that Eli was strong, but she didn't know that he was so strong. But, that's fine, brother Eli is fine. Vivica suddenly had tears in the corner of her eyes, and her mood relaxed all of a sudden, and she felt a lot more at ease. Far away. All the warlocks also had their eyes widened. Damn, this is definitely a big news that shocked the central region. The situation in the western region is about to change. This time, the heart of the abyss will not be destroyed. Damn it, it's a good thing I didn't leave, there won't be any idiots who have already sent back the news that Eli is expected to die, ha 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 ha. However, there is one thing to say, this Eli is simply inhuman, fighting 6 of the same level alone, really strong. A group of warlocks from other regions sighed as they quickly wrote down the detailed information of the war, and then transmitted it back to their respective families and forces. In any case, today's battle will change the attitudes of all parties towards the Tower of Blood, their attitudes towards the western regions, and even the situation of the entire world. The western regions are about to change. As for the nature of this war, there is no suspense. The city is broken, the half-step 5 rings are dead, and Eli is still there. They take the lead? With the news sent back by many forces, those in the western regions were naturally the first to receive the news. Charm Mansion. Liliana is in a room with her teacher Lobelia. Lobelia was drinking tea, while Liliana on the opposite side had an anxious face and bloodshot eyes. Teacher, just let me go. Liliana begged. No, there is no suspense in this war. I can't push you into the fire pit. After 3 days, you can go to the central region to develop. I don't know what's going on here. Lobelia shook her head, her tone was unquestionable. A few minutes ago, their people outside the battlefield sent the message back. 6.5 steps and 5 rings besieged the city of Eliasal. As soon as she received the news, she restricted Liliana's actions, because she knew very well that if she didn't restrict this little guy, she would definitely cause trouble. And she didn't think there was any hope for Eli. In order not to cause trouble, she planned to send him away as soon as possible. As the person in charge of the western regions of the charming mansion, he still has this right. Teacher, just let me go, Eli needs me. Liliana gritted her teeth, her body trembled slightly, and the corners of her eyes were moist. You have a close relationship with Eli. If he dies, the heart of the abyss will not let you go. Let's leave here for now, and pretend that none of this happened. Lobelia shook her head and went to hug him. Lived Liliana, comforted. Hoo! A low sob sounded, and Liliana wept. Clap clap. Suddenly, there was a hasty knock on the door. Lobelia was displeased for a while, but she understood that the news at this time was absolutely important. Come in. The door opened, and a warlock walked in quickly, and then came to Lobelia's side, whispering something, and Lobelia's expression gradually became dull. Teacher, what's the matter, is there a turning point in the war? Liliana raised her head, her eyes bloodshot. There is a turning point. Lobelia's throat moved slightly, she looked down at Liliana, and said as if she was relieved, I'm afraid that the position of the person in charge of the western regions of the charming mansion will be yours in the future. Ah? You mean? Liliana was not a fool, she looked at the teacher. Eli didn't die. He survived the siege of 6.5 steps and 5 rings, and killed 6 people alone. Lobelia shook her head, her eyes full of shock. Looking at her kind student, she felt a little jealous for the first time. She should have done it herself in the first place. It's a pity that it's too late. Ah, I knew that Master Eli would not lose. Liliana wiped away her tears and smiled. Am in a family. In the temple, Sirona sat on the main seat with a frosty face, and many warlocks of the Amina family below also had serious faces. They are all waiting for a result. As the first forces to take refuge in the Bloodline Tower, they and the Bloodline Tower will prosper and lose together. If Eli fails, then their family will also end. All this time they are waiting. Boom! With a bang, the door not far away was suddenly opened, and an anxious warlock ran while shouting, in Soul City, Lord Eli was besieged by 6.5 steps and 5 rings, but, of course, however. Then what? A figure approached in an instant, and Sirena stabilized the warlock with an anxious face. The faces of the others also became ugly. 6.5 steps and 5 rings. Did it really fail? Of course, then, my lord will kill 6.5 steps and 5 rings alone, and destroy Soul City. The warlock gasped and shouted. As soon as the words fell, everyone opened their mouths wide and their eyes were filled with excitement. 1. My lord didn't lose, my lord won. Sirena waved his arm violently, not caring about the face of any patriarch. Hiss. At the same time, Jinji also took a breath and put down the first-hand information he just got. 1. 6.5 steps and 5 rings, this is all one? Jinji felt his body trembling a little. There is no doubt that this time the bet won, and it was a big win. But... Eli, how strong are you? He took a deep breath and looked out the window. The setting sun is bleeding outside the window. Extraordinarily beautiful. Chapter 476. Western Regions. In a prison in the east, faint light was poured in through the windows, and the ticking of water droplets made the dozens of patriarchs of the eastern forces imprisoned here feel upset. At this time, a voice suddenly came out. Don't worry everyone, the heart of the abyss must win in the end, and then we will be safe. In a prison cell, a thin old man said. A low voice passed through the cell, causing everyone to raise their heads. There was a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes. Patriarch of Dallas Patriarch, you are right, as long as we persevere, the victory must be ours. Patience, we just have to be patient. The heart of the abyss is the most powerful force, and it is absolutely impossible to collapse so easily. The patriarchs who used to be all-powerful spoke to encourage themselves. After all, this is the only thing they can do. After all, they can't expect the Tower of Bloodline to let them go. The probability is not to count on the heart of the abyss to win. Crackling. Suddenly, outside the prison cell in the distance, the door suddenly opened. In the light revealed by the door, a warlock walked in. He glanced at everyone, and then slowly said, I tell you some good news. In Soul City, Lord Eli defeated the heart of the abyss by himself in 6.5 steps and 5 rings, breaking Soul City, so don't count on it, hee. Warlock seemed to come in specially to talk, and then turned his head and left after speaking. The gate was closed again, and there was everyone's hope for it. The city of Seoul is broken? Eli defeated 6.5 steps and 5 rings. This was the skinny old man. At this moment, he collapsed on the ground, like a desperate man who had lost hope. Everyone else showed shock at first, and then their eyes dimmed. It's pointless to lie to them with these, it only shows that what the warlock said is true. Seoul City was really broken, and Eli won 6.5 steps and 5 rings. Eli is so strong? After dozens of seconds, the old man looked at the crowd again and said, "Everyone, since Eli is so powerful, I'm afraid we might not be able to escape this time. I'm going to surrender. At least I can save my life, everyone." Woolen cloth. Silence, a long silence. "I'll surrender too." "Hey, that's it. From now on, the Sarah family will never be the same. It's over." Frustrated voices spread throughout the cell, and everyone chose to lower their proud heads. "That's it, it's over." Nilo closed his eyes, looking at the information in front of him. This time, he didn't roar hysterically, but just sat on the high-backed chair, calm and silent. "Even I dare not say that I can defeat the team of 6 people. Is this guy Eli hiding so deeply? He is a terrible guy. He usually hides deeper than anyone else, but when he really explodes, he has the momentum to sweep the mountains and forests." He murmured in a low voice. "Is the heart of the abyss going to be cut off in my hands?" At this moment, Nilo only felt deep despair. Even if he can defeat Eli, the story is already like this. After this battle, the heart of the abyss was seriously injured, and it would no longer be possible to maintain the number 1 position in the western regions. Eli's fame would completely crush him, and the bloodline tower would also be promoted to a new first-tier power. Eli is indeed very strong, but we may not be without hope. Nilo, by sacrificing the entire Dawn City, we can temporarily create enough half-step 5 rings. Although the lifespan will be short, it will still be combat power. When the time comes, take down that guy directly, plus hundreds of thousands of warlock sacrifices and previous accumulation, it should be barely enough to open the seal. This is a rare opportunity." At this time, a voice suddenly came from my mind again, suggesting, "Sacrifice the entire Dawn City? No, my cooperation with you is for the future of Abyss Heart. If Dawn City is gone, then Abyss Heart will definitely become the target of public criticism and besieged by all forces. I can't promise you." Hearing the voice of suggestion in his mind, he shook his head. "Then what else? Either die with the heart of the abyss, or run away and give up the Tower of Blood. Which one do you choose? Ha 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 ha. And once things break out here, do you think you can make a comeback? You will only become the garbage of the entire wizarding world, and there will be no place for you in the entire world." The charming voice came, and Niall's face became ugly. Silence, a long silence. "Why?" Nilo sighed deeply, but his eyes gradually became cold. Yes, he has no choice. That human Nero, who knelt on the ground in the abyss and begged for his life, died after agreeing to the demon's enslavement. A few seconds later, he walked out of the gate, looked at the guards beside him and said, "Summon all the warlocks of the sunrise level to the bottom of the wizard tower. I want to see them. Also, tell the Warlock Alliance that we can't hold on anymore. If you don't want to see the western regions dominate in the future, then they had better do something." After speaking, he returned to the room. The former is naturally for the final battle, while the latter is for delaying time. Greenland. Eli stretched his body and looked at the imprint on his right hand. At this time, 2 of the 4 imprints were filled again, and the third one was also being filled slowly. The impact of defeating the victory is much greater than Eli imagined. Now the horror is not limited to all parts of the western regions, most forces in the central region also know about it, and maybe even the news is about to spread to other regions, and the spread is very wide. Now I have some reserves of faith, and I will feel more at ease in the future. Eli breathed a sigh of relief. Since most of the power of faith was used to maintain the erosion of the black mist of the rules, he didn't have any extra, but this time a wave of fat also gave him a margin. And with so much power of faith, maybe another clone can be created. Eli pursed his lips. Now, to show a clone of the level of the battlefield, at least 2 faith marks are needed, which is why he didn't make a breakthrough. If it's half a step to the 5th ring, I don't know if all 3 can make a powerful avatar. But forget about this, let's keep it, maybe I have to show up in person for this war. Eli pursed his lips, he was really worried about Niall, so he planned to come in person. Anyway, the Avatar will go first, and he can leave if the situation is not right. Don't panic. And Eli turned his head and looked at the distant laboratory. At this time, 6 corpses had been transferred here. With so many corpses, it was enough for him to extract some of Nero's breath and information and cast a curse. I hope you will like this great gift then. Eli grinned. He is bound to win the unification of the Western regions, whether it is for himself, Dylan's possible body, or the stable environment he needs for his own development. He just wants to develop with peace of mind, but the heart of the abyss is restless. Since it is not at ease, it can only be removed. Chapter 477. The wheels of war are rolling. A week later, after completely occupying Soul City and initially building a military base, the Tower of Bloodline moved towards the heart of the abyss again. At this time, the heart of the abyss also gathered all the hands to try to block the pace of the Blood Tower. At this time, even with the help of some airships, the advancement became much more difficult than before, because there was no retreat for the heart of the abyss. They must stick to it. I don't know how many epic stories happened on the battlefield. The joys and sorrows, the joy of victory, the pain of death, the joy of survival. It is said that war is the cruelest, and it is true. But there is such a group of people who only think about the threat of the Tower of Blood as the unification of the Western regions to them and the impact on the world situation. Warlock Union. Middle Domain. On an incomparably vast land, stands a majestic giant tower of nearly 3,000 meters, and under the giant tower is a huge city built on it, with nearly 100 million people surrounded by an unknown number of meters. And the people here also have smiles on their faces, as if they are not too worried about the current strength and other external influences, just because this is Paradise City built by the Warlock Alliance composed of the 6 oldest forces. The 6 ancient patriarchs control almost everything in the Central Territory, and the area of the Central Territory can only be competed with by the other 4 domains combined. This can also reflect the power of the Warlock Alliance. They are also the leading force of warlocks in the world today. At this time, the highest floor of the tower. In a room. A huge round table was placed in it, and 6 illusory figures surrounded it, seemingly unreal. Everyone, the heart of the abyss has asked our Warlock Alliance for help. Nilo told me that they are not the opponents of the Bloodline Tower. We need to send warlocks to delay or directly support them. What do you think? A figure at the front spoke, an old man with white hair. I think we should support, otherwise, if the Western regions are unified, it will affect our rule to some extent, and this must be stopped. An old woman beside him said. I think it's better to forget it. After all, the Western region is not our territory. Relying on the last relic incident, we annexed half of the Eastern region. It would be a bit ugly to start again in such a short time. Another middle-aged man looked. The man spoke leisurely, a little scrupulous. However, this matter is directly related to the Camise family. If the Camise family hadn't rashly invaded back then, maybe the situation would not have been like this. The white-haired old man spoke again, looking at the person on the right. Hearing this, the man raised his head, and it was Isaac from the Camise family. Tibor Press, what do you mean? What does this matter have to do with us? I can't afford to wear this hat. Isaac frowned, his eyes sharp. But the Western region is within your sphere of influence, and this matter has an inseparable relationship with you. The old woman turned her head and looked at Isaac and said. Hearing this, Isaac frowned but didn't speak again. This incident does have something to do with him. If he had acted brazenly before, the situation would never have turned into this, but he can't blame him. Who the hell would have thought that Eli was so strong? 6.5 steps and 5 rings. Do you want to be so outrageous? Okay, it's meaningless to say this now. Finally, the white-haired warlock spoke, looking around, his eyes serious. Everyone, the heart of the abyss cannot be destroyed, and the Western regions must not become a unity. Now we have to do something. Although our family has spent a lot of warlocks fighting against the Lich Tower these days, we will still take out 10,000 warlocks to join the battle, and each family should also come up with this amount. As for Isaac, don't you already have a lot of warlocks stationed on the border? I have a plan. Hearing what the white-haired old man said, several other people also looked over. First of all, let's leave the frontal battlefield to the heart of the abyss. If there is no reason to directly intervene in the war, the impact will be too bad, so our operation must be secret on the surface. I plan to divide it into 3 parts, one is the Eastern Territory, and this one is in charge of the Camise family. There is no need to do anything about this side, it just needs to divert everyone's attention and attract its reserve forces. The reason is to save the forces under their command before. One is to sneak in from the direction of the green field, the reason is to clean up the green field, as the main force, and the other is to go to the City of Blood with a small high-end combat force, and capture all the high-level leaders of the Blood Tower, the reason is to push it to the Lich Tower. Anyway, it is not surprising that the evil organization does anything. Eli is at the front, and their large army is also at the front. Our loss will not be too great. Even if he realizes it, we will have enough time to return. If the rear is destroyed, the attack of the Bloodline Tower will naturally be disintegrated. As for the future, it is us who enter the market as a good man and divide up resources. What do you guys think? The white-haired warlock smiled and looked at everyone. But will Greenfield let us pass? Isaac asked. No problem, we're just making excuses, they won't provoke us for nothing, I believe they don't have the guts either. The white-haired old man shook his head and denied. Then I have no objection, so be it. Isaac sighed and agreed. Good. I agree. Everyone nodded. Well, very good, then let's start discussing the distribution of the western regions. The white-haired warlock smiled and changed the topic. There were smiles on the faces of the others, too, obviously they already believed that they had the chance to win. As the power that occupies the top capital in this world, they have this self-confidence. 3 days later. Eli was resting when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Alida walked in. She was one of the few who knew that Eli was still in the Green Land. Did something happen? Eli looked at her and found that she seemed to be frowning at this moment. My lord, in the direction of the eastern region, we found the Warlock Legion of the Kami's family. They entered the eastern region for the purpose of saving the forces under their command. The combat power behind us is now gathering there, and a battle may break out between the two sides at any time. Moreover, Liliana sent a message that a large number of Warlock Alliance warlocks had secretly left without a trace, but the direction may be the western regions. What should we do? Alida asked. Warlock Alliance, Kami's family. Hearing these two terms, Eli frowned with a sneer. Finally, I couldn't hold back. He looked at Alida and said, just gather the warlocks in the east, if the Kami's family launches an attack, then we will do it directly, don't be afraid. As for the Warlock Alliance. Eli took out a map and looked at it. There are only 2 roads from the western region to the central region, one is the east and the other is the Green Land in the north. If the members of the Warlock Alliance disappear, they will only pass through the green field. Coincidentally, that's mostly his territory. But my lord, if they all go to the east, if there is an accident. Alida continued. Just take care of the eastern part, and leave the rest to me. Eli smiled. There is his body in the City of Blood, and there are dozens of aliens in the Land of Greenery. No, the Warlock Alliance is so stupid, it will choose these 2 directions. It would be so much fun. It's getting interesting. Eli smiled. What kind of experience is it to marry a witch right after time travel? Roy said, the taste of a witch is really good. Chapter 478. Time passed little by little. In the lab. Eli sat on the ground, his eyes gleaming with silver light, looking through the channel made up of the power of faith, observing the rules of shadows wrapped in the rules of black mist. Corrosion, change, death, decay. The various characteristics of the shadow rules flickered in Eli's eyes, making Eli frown. After a full hour, he closed his eyes and opened them again. His eyes had become normal, but his expression still seemed hesitant, even hesitant. Naturally, what he hesitated was not the subsequent war, but the choice of rules. The shadow rule sounds like there is only shadow, but in fact, if it is subdivided, it contains too much, each is different, and it is natural to choose one of them to advance to the half-step 5th ring, and Eli has not yet thought about it which one to choose. Let it go. Eli shook his head, there was no rush for this step. Get up, seal the rules, and then leave and return to the wizard tower. But when he just walked out of the gate, his footsteps stopped suddenly, then he raised his head and looked towards the back of the Green Land, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Through the space, he saw behind the mountain, 6 figures moving secretly towards the City of Blood. It's pretty fast. Eli stretched and strode in that direction. At this time, 6 warlocks wearing black warlock robes quickly shuttled between the mountains and forests. Suddenly, a figure stopped, and others looked at him. Through the glimmer of light in the forest, it can be seen that this is a man with a long scar on his face, his eyes are high above, as if looking down on everything. He looked at the crowd and said, "We are very close to the city of bloodlines ahead, only about 5 kilometers away. According to the plan, we need 3 people to seal off the area, and then the other 3 are responsible for capturing the high-level people and destroying the favorite city. Let's assign tasks. The Camise family, the Saladin family, and the St. Kevin family are in charge of the siege, and we are in charge of the attack. This arrangement should be reasonable. You are all right?" The man looked at them and said quickly, "No problem." The others nodded, but there was no doubt. "Okay, let's go on." Everyone nodded, then set off again and followed the road. But a few minutes later, when the man looked at the familiar forest in front of him, he couldn't help frowning, and looked at other people, whose faces were also a little ugly. It's not because they went wrong, but the scene in front of them is exactly where they stopped just now. What is the reason? We have 4.5 steps and 5 rings here. Could it be a large witch formation or illusion? No, how could there be such a method here? The man frowned and looked at the others. The others also had ugly faces, and one of them pointed his finger directly to one side. There. Others looked at it one after another. I don't know when, the lush and green mountains have turned into a rich black, and the large shadows are rolling like tides, exuding strong malice. And the most frightening thing is that they have no perception at all. The situation is not right, evacuate. A trace of panic flashed in the man's eyes, and he said quickly. Turning his head again, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Looking at the forest on the other side, his body became even more rigid, his throat moved slightly, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. The others also turned their heads, and their faces became ugly in an instant. In the forest on the other side, a man in wizard robes was looking at them. It was Eli. "Why are you here?" The man felt a little hard to breathe. They naturally knew that Eli had a clone, but as we all know, the clone could not be stronger than the main body, and the fighting power of an Eli on the front battlefield was obvious to all, and everyone thought that was the main body. But when he saw the person in front of him, he found that Eli's energy was even more terrifying, which meant that the one in front of him was the main body, and the one on the battlefield was actually a clone. Obviously, because I never left, but you, trespassing on my area, you have to pay a certain price. Eli smiled. Feeling the bright smiles, the smiles on the faces of several people froze instantly. They understood that the Alliance had seriously miscalculated Eli's strength. The price? We are just passing warlocks. I'm sorry to break in here, but are you planning to fight? The man reacted quickly, and changed the subject, as if they were really just passing by. Eli looked at the man performing and said calmly. Good. Hearing Eli's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they saw Eli take a step back, and everything in front of them turned into a thick shadow, and the shadow turned into a tsunami, attacking them. Several people were instantly swallowed into the shadows, and then the surroundings fell into darkness. A few minutes later, Eli looked at the bones of several people, then waved his hands. Since this side is here, it seems that the side of Liu Yi should be almost the same. He looked into the distance, as if he saw a restless green field. Green field. In the spirit temple. Eli's avatar sat on the highest place with his eyes closed, and beside him was Erwin. Below, there are dozens of patriarchs of different races. Why did your lord summon us? Did something major happen? No, everything seems to be normal. Representatives of different races whispered and guessed the reason for being summoned. Suddenly, Eli, who was at the front, opened his eyes. Seeing Eli open his eyes, the others also looked at Eli. Lord Roland, Lvi's name, what happened? All races need to be summoned. Alwyn also looked at Eli and asked curiously. There is indeed one thing. Eli nodded, looked at the aliens below, and said calmly, everyone, does anyone know which one is the strongest in the world of warlocks today? Warlock Alliance. As soon as Eli's voice fell, aliens immediately echoed. Very good. Eli nodded, then smiled. Everyone, as we all know, I am the advance army sent by the Wizards Union, so my task is also very simple, which is to clean up all obstacles before the Alliance returns, and according to my judgment, the Warlocks Union today is the biggest obstacle. It just so happened that I recently learned that an army of the Warlock Alliance is going to pass through here, and I plan to eat this team." After listening to Eli's words, the representatives of the foreign races did not dare to speak. At this time, Eli stood up, with sharp eyes, and said, "In the name of the Wizarding Union, I order all tribes to gather troops immediately. Everyone, it's time for you to show your loyalty." When he said the last sentence, Eli glanced at everyone. The next second, everyone stood up and bowed their heads towards Eli. Yes. At the same time, a letter was also sent from the distant Dragon Clan teleportation array. Giovanni took a look, and then raised his head to the sky and let out a dragon roar. "All dragons gather!" 3 days later. In the east of the green field, a team of tens of thousands of people entered the green field. Chapter 479. Greenfield East. At this time, a team was advancing, and the team was winding forward like a long dragon, covering tens of kilometers, and everyone was wearing the same black warlock robe. The front of the line. A majestic man smiled and looked at the green field in front of him. His name is Say Press, one of the 6 major families of the Warlock Alliance, and the Press family, who was also the direct subordinate of the white-haired old man that day, was sent to the rear this time. Crossing here is behind the Tower of Bloodlines. I heard that this faction is also very rich and has a lot of good technology from the wizarding era. It's really exciting. Sai pursed his lips, and greed flashed in his eyes. Gaze. At this time, a sorcerer flew to his side and asked for instructions. "My lord, there is a foreign territory ahead, do we need to change the direction?" Hearing this, Sais smiled, and then said, "No, keep going, this is the edge of the green field, this group of aliens dare to stop us? There is no need to worry." He waved his hand and shouted, "Keep going!" And just tens of kilometers away from them, on a plain. At this time, hundreds of thousands of alien races gathered here, and the leadership class headed by Eli was at the front. "My lord, all the different races have arrived." Alwyn was wearing a green leather armor that looked like a suit of armor, and said respectfully to Eli, "Good." Eli nodded. Then he took a deep breath and shouted, "Go!" At the same time, in the other part of the green field, Giovanni roar resounded throughout the world, and thousands of giant dragons flapped their wings and rose into the sky, exuding a powerful momentum. The 2 teams moved like thunder, advancing towards the Warlock Legion from the east and west sides. Their movement did not attract the attention of the arrogant Warlock coalition. In fact, they would not feel that many alien races in the green field would dare to attack them. Compared with them, it was the various tribes in the green field who received the news first. Dwarves? What? The never-falling wine glass in the Dwarf King's hand fell to the ground. He opened his mouth wide and looked at the many dwarves in front of him. "Your Majesty, the current situation is like this." Roland, the representative of the Wizarding Union, also linked up with the alien races, and set off towards a coalition army of about 50,000 people who recently entered the green field. At the same time, the Dragon Clan also launched an attack, and thousands of dragons left the Dragon Clan territory. A dwarf knelt on one knee and quickly reported, "Hiss." Hearing this, the Dwarf King couldn't help but gasped again. After years of development, the alliance forces headed by Roland accounted for almost 2/5 of the power in the green field, and together with the dragons, they accounted for almost 3/5 of the power in the green field. They must be crazy. The Dwarf King cursed, his mouth twitching. It has been thousands of years, although they will do something to the human beings who entered, but it is the first time that such a large scale, at least the people outside will definitely put them together. After all, most of them will put alien races together. Don't let the dwarves be hated by that time. Damn! Thinking of this, he cursed again. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" At this moment, a dwarf stood up and asked. What to do? What to do? You are crazy, what else can we do?" The Dwarf King picked up another wine glass at the side, drank it in a big gulp, and then said with a hint of madness on his face. "Anyway, they will always be hated, so let's join in and have fun with them." "Ah!" Hearing this, all the dwarves widened their eyes. "Listen to my order, summon the Black Rock Legion, set off quickly, and don't fall too far behind." The Dwarf King stood up, and the height of 5 meters made many dwarves tremble. You know the dwarves, they were never a kind race. Long ago, they were one of the most bloodthirsty races. Only follow His Majesty's orders. All the dwarves present laughed and laughed. The Dwarf Legion also quickly gathered and then left the territory. This change was also noticed by other races, and each race was greatly stimulated. Damn it, they're all crazy, we can't fall behind, call me an army. This was the reaction of a leader of the core area after seeing the message. Damn, carnival, let's go together. The other races in the core area also grinned. And these bigwigs in the core area all decided to participate in the war, so how did the various alien races in the green field react, and each of them naturally acted in a daze. The boss moved, how could they not express? So, in less than half an hour, millions of alien races began to move, and the entire green field became restless. I'm afraid Eli didn't think that because he controlled both parties at the same time, such a thing would happen. He was more like a fuse, igniting the green field. A single spark can start a prairie fire. At this time, the Warlock Alliance team is still advancing. Sai looked at a huge stone palace not far away, and there was a porcupine-like alien hiding in it. Seeing this, he showed a smile. A foreign race is a foreign race. They dare not resist in the face of us. Sai sneered, then looked forward, and said loudly, pack up the resources here and continue to set off. Yes. The warlocks echoed loudly, with smiles on their faces. But this time, a warlock suddenly ran over from a distance, with a flustered face, and shouted loudly, my lord, it's not good, hundreds of thousands of alien allied forces have appeared in the south, and it seems that the direction of advance is this way. The warlock's voice attracted Sei's attention, and his eyes widened when he heard the content. What? He was just about to ask, but sentries came from several other directions one after another. The big thing is not good, thousands of dragons are flying from the north. Also to the east, I saw a 5-meter tall dwarf. They all rode giant wolves towards this direction. Visually, there are at least tens of thousands of dwarves, and there are many other races. It's the same on the west side, I saw dozens of different races. Anxious shouts made Sai's face change, and he even turned pale. How is it possible? He widened his eyes, and the joy just now disappeared without a trace. There is no doubt that these alien races are coming towards them. But aren't they just making excuses? As for? From the words of a few sentinels, there are at least millions of alien races, is the green field crazy? There may be a turning point, everyone, don't panic. Sei's body trembled a little, but he still comforted him. But the next second, the ground began to tremble and dust flew up, and he looked towards the source of the sound. On the horizon in the distance, a black torrent appeared, and the dust on the ground was raised like a sandstorm, and the front end seemed to be led by a human being. At the same time, on the other side of the sky, a shadow suddenly fell. Thousands of giant dragons also flew towards them, roaring. There are also 2 other directions. I don't know when they have been occupied by alien races. Countless alien races roared ferociously. What shocked Sai was that he saw at least 4 or 5 powerful alien races with half steps and 5 rings. And that human made him feel even more throbbing. Looking at the millions of alien races, Sei's face turned completely pale. At this time, the expressions of the different races are also very exciting. The Dragon King Giovanni looked at the human beings representing the elves in front of him, as well as his friend the Dwarf King who was thousands of years ago, and the kings of other races, and he was a little dazed. Hiss, what happened? Giovanni was a little dazed. Isn't it Lord Eli's order? Could it be that these alien races are also related to Lord Eli? And is that the representative of the so-called Warlock Union? Could it be that he also has a connection with Lord Eli? Thinking of this, Giovanni's eyes became more and more shocked. The awe of Eli is getting deeper and deeper. At this time, the aliens on Eli's side were similar. They looked at the aliens in several directions in shock, and opened their mouths wide. Is this the strength of Master Roland? The Feather King looked at Eli, feeling extremely shocked. No wonder my lord hasn't expanded recently. The CO author has contacted most of the foreign races. AI Irwin looked at Eli with beautiful eyes, feeling agitated. Your lord is worthy of coming back from the Wizards' Union, the methods are really terrifying. At this moment, Eli was also a little dazed, but it had nothing to do with him. But he quickly figured out why and smiled. In the next second, he rose into the sky and shouted towards the alien race he belonged to, launch an attack and annihilate the human warlock army. Roar! Countless aliens raised their arms to revel and roar. Farther away, the Dragon King also let out a dragon roar that resounded throughout the world, as if he could not be left behind. Dwarves, Charge me! Farther away, the Dwarf King held 2 sledgehammers in his hand and roared to the sky. Few people know what it is like to be roared by millions of alien races at the same time, but Sai knows it at this time. It is a voice that makes people not want to resist when they hear it, a voice that makes people feel desperate. Ruined. Sai couldn't help but put a hand on the shoulder of one warlock, almost fainting. Looking at the alien legion in the distance, he couldn't even see a glimmer of hope. There is no hope of victory. I can only squeeze out time to code words. After that, I will speed up the plot, reject hydrology, and strive to finish the book before the second half of the year. Chapter 480. Paradise City. It is still the same table of wizard towers in that room. But this time, the several patriarchs were not as energetic as before, and it could even be said that each of them looked uglier than the other, and the atmosphere was extremely dignified. Everyone, there is no doubt that our plan has failed. The team going to the City of Blood is missing, and the team going to the Green Field was besieged by millions of aliens, and the whole army was wiped out. The white-haired old man in the lead gritted his teeth. Deo, the tone made people shudder. The patriarchs of the other families also frowned, somewhat astonished. What happened this time was outrageous. It's fine if the City of Bloodlines failed, but how could the Green Field riot? You must know that this is not the first time they have crossed the Green Field by way, so why did such a big problem arise just this time? Million aliens? I'm afraid the whole Green Field is moving, this is too outrageous. Damn it, the Green Field aliens don't take us seriously at all, we must make them pay the price. One of the patriarchs snapped and said angrily. Indeed, if we don't do something, we might lose all face. Another patriarch said. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Isaac, the head of the Camise family who was the most marginal, coughed and said, everyone, but we are operating in secret. If we retaliate and go back, it will be exposed. And we have meddled in the war in the western regions. The matter will be completely put on the table, and the impact will be even worse. Hearing Isaac's words, the others were also silent. Yeah, they seem to be operating in secret. If you take revenge, isn't that stabbing yourself? But that's it. That was too aggrieved. The scene was solemn, and everyone bit their lips lightly. At this time, the white-haired patriarch Press spoke again, and he said solemnly, and there is another discovery. Before the team was destroyed, according to the instructions, the leader seemed to be a human's, and most importantly, his method is suspected of being a high-level wizard. A senior wizard. The 5 of them were taken aback, and all looked at him. Yes, it seems to be at least a high-level true spirit. The old man nodded with a serious face. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious. The senior level of the 4th ring is still a wizard. With the current restrictions on wizards in the wizarding world, it is almost impossible to reach this level, so it is very likely that they are foreigners or returnees. There are also wizards who return by chance, usually they come back to find resources and everything, but if the old man is right, this wizard is in control of the entire Greenfield alien race, which is not what a warlock who returns by chance should do. Besides, a few years ago, someone entered Greenfield, and I heard some rumors by chance, saying that there was an adult from the Wizarding League returning from Greenfield, saying that the alliance was coming back soon. I didn't take it seriously at first, but now it seems that it is likely to be true. The old man threw another bomb. As soon as the words fell, the few people could no longer remain calm. They couldn't care less about the western regions. Compared to that, this news has clearly tainted their interests. If the wizard returns, then their families, which have been entrenched for thousands of years, must be the first to be cleaned up. Is the news accurate? Several people looked at the old man and asked nervously. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but I have sent someone to investigate. The patriarch of the Price family shook his head, his face was full of sorrow, and sighed, everyone, we must take this matter seriously. As for the matter of the western regions, let's ignore it for the time being, just ignore it after sending a warning letter, no matter what, we have to find out whether the wizards are really planning to return. The sad words made everyone nod their heads. No matter what happens in the western regions, at least they still have a way. If the real wizards return, then there will be big trouble. Did you say the wizard's name? At this moment, Isaac asked suddenly. The old man glanced at him, then spoke slowly. All the tribes in the green field call him Roland. Wizard Roland. Front. It's so boring. No one resisted, so they were slaughtered so easily. Eli shook his head, recalling yesterday's war, feeling bored. Yesterday's war was really thunderous and rainy. I thought it was a big battle, but I didn't expect the Alliance army to give up resistance in the end. They took down this team with almost no loss. In just half an hour, the war was over. Of course I don't blame them. A trace of pity flashed in Eli's eyes. Millions of alien legions, not to mention them, even if he went there in person, he might turn around and run away. The only thing is that it's a pity that all the races left after the war, especially the races in the core area, especially when they saw Eli, it seemed that they were very resistant to Eli. It's a pity, after all, there are not many opportunities to gather all the alien races. Eli shook his head, a little regretfully. Clap clap. At this time, there was a knock on the door, the airship slowly opened, and Vivica walked in. My lord, a letter from the Warlock Union requesting us to stop the war. Vivica took out a letter and handed it to Eli. Don't show it to me, just pretend you didn't see it. Eli waved his hand and let Vivica take it away. Yes. Wai nodded. The war has reached this level, and it really cannot be stopped by just a letter. One more thing. The warlocks of the Khmer family in the eastern part of the western regions have also evacuated, as if they have given up on those forces under their command. Vivica seemed to remember something, and reported again. Well, I see. Eli nodded. From his point of view, the withdrawal of the troops is inevitable. The beheading squad and the rear army are completely annihilated, and the containment of the Khmer family is naturally meaningless. The withdrawal will be sooner or later. The only thing that surprised him was that the Khmer family moved too fast. It's so abnormal, it seems that there should be other things affecting it. Eli had roughly guessed the reason, and it was nothing more than that Roland's identity might have been leaked. But it doesn't matter, it's just a fake identity, and it can also contain a wave of warlock alliances, so that Eli can focus on the next heart of the abyss. How long is it until we reach Dawn City? Eli asked. 3 days. Vivica replied. 3 days. Eli nodded, this time is not bad, his body has enough time. Very well, let the whole army get ready, the final decisive battle will soon be over. He said with a smile. If the war is won, the western regions will completely fall into his hands. Yes. Vivica also smiled. Then the two chatted for a while, and Vivica left. Time flies. After 1 day, Eli himself came to the front-line army, and then secretly sneaked into the companion warlock army, becoming an ordinary second-ring warlock. 2 days later, the Legion arrived on the Dawn Great Plains where Dawn City is located. But when he arrived, Eli's expression changed instantly. A strong blood penetrated into his nostrils.